Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's planning meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor, and I'm Chairman of the Planning Committee here at Fenland at present. Welcome to those members of the press and the public who are joining via the live stream. Before we begin, may I take this opportunity to remind everyone to turn their mobiles and computers to silent and ensure when using the microphone the red light is on and turned off when you finish speaking. We'll now go to agenda item number 1 and would like to ask Member Services, Joe in this particular occasion, if we have any apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chairman. No apologies received today.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes from the meeting of March the 5th, 2025. Do I have a proposer to approve the minutes of March 2025? Councillor French?
Yeah, there's a slight error as well.
Okay, just would you like to point out the correct error?
On the TPO, I can't remember the application number, I proposed it, and according to the minutes, I seconded it as well. So if we could have that amended, please.
Okay, so we can...
Chairman, Councillor Mrs French and I have had a separate conversation, and I know it needs to say Councillor Metherdon seconded the TPO. That will be reflected. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying that, Councillor French. Proves you read the minutes. So with that, can I have a show of hands if everybody approves that? Thank you very much. That has been approved then. We'll go to agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There is one urgent confidential item that has been circulated to members and will be considered at agenda item number 15. So agenda number 4 is declarations of interest. Member Services will now go to each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you've anything to declare in relation to any agenda item this afternoon. So again, over to you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. As always, member of Chatteris Town Council, I take no part in the planning, always leave the room when there's discussions there. Morton Hall have got an application in this afternoon. I know Matthew, it's been well documented. I've worked with him in connection with Chatteris Town Council. He's done work for me personally, but doesn't stop me from making impartial decisions. Item 5, New Road Chatteris. I spoke with the legal officer earlier, and going back several years, I was invited by one of the residents there to go and meet them. And when I got there, there was a group of residents there, and I did look into this application. And on the advice of the legal officer, I can't take part in this because it would make me impartial, because I have knowledge that probably other people wouldn't do. So I'm going to step back from that one. Item 6, Councillor Clark's brother has an application here this afternoon, and I know Councillor Clark. She's a colleague of mine at Fenland Council, but I don't socialise with her, don't drink with her, and I can look at that one with an impartial view. And item 13, Poppy Fields in Maney, I have been lobbied on that, but I will be approaching that with an open mind. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just again, Sam Clark obviously is the applicant's sister, and obviously she is a colleague of ours at FDC, but again, I don't socialise with her, and of course, as always, we'll be keeping an open mind on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Same as previous with Councillor Clark. Also, I've been lobbied on item 13 and item 15. I've been working on that for 5 or 6 years, so I won't take part, even though it's confidential.
Thank you. There's one item on the agenda which I can't quite grasp. It was discussed last month. I wasn't here last month, so I'll not take part in that part of the meeting. Thank you.
Which item is that, please?
I can't remember at the moment, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Metherdon.
Thank you. I know Sam Clark as an FDC councillor. I don't know her brother. That's item 6. I received an email regarding item 13 as well.
Sorry, Councillor Gershley, can I ask you to turn your microphone?
Should I start again? Okay. So I know Councillor Clark, but I don't socialise with her. I don't know her brother. I received an email on item 13 as well. I'll remain impartial, and also I know Matthew Hall at a business level. Thank you. I'm also a member of Wisbech Town Council, but I'm not in planning, and I don't take part in planning there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Sorry, a bit of a long one. I'm a member of Mainey Parish Council, but take no part in planning there. I also attend on a regular basis Chatteris Town Council meeting, but leave the room when any planning is discussed. I've spoken to the legal officer and there's a few declarations on item number 6. Councillor Clark is known to me, but I don't socialise with her or know her brother. On item number 7, the owner, I believe, father is known to me via business of some years ago, probably 10 years ago. I did some business with the family. However, that business, they've closed that business and I do not know other business with them. So I believe I'm impartial to speak on that. And on item number 10, I received a call from an objector on Sunday who I have put in touch with member services as they were having difficulty putting stuff onto the website, but again remain impartial on that. On item number 11, Mayflower, I believe one of the objectors who is speaking on this today, I actually visited site a couple of weeks ago with the public rights of way officer on a totally different matter. There was no discussion regarding the application that's in front of us today, and again remain impartial on that, and I'm hoping and on item number 13, 3 previous owners are known to me. My daughter actually kept her horse there, and also I wasn't lobbied. I had a phone call from an objector who was needing to know some stuff. I put them straight in touch with Carol Pilson, FDC officer here, as I didn't want to take part. And again, I remain impartial on that one as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Senny.
Thank you. I'm a member of Whittlesea Town Council, but I'm not on the planning committee there. I have 4 declarations on 4 different agenda items. Agenda item 6, I know the applicant's sister, but only by way of being a councillor colleague. I don't know her brother at all, so will obviously remain impartial. Agenda item 8, recently I rode in their indoor school, but do not know the applicants and have not had any conversation with them other than in an equestrian related capacity. So again, will remain impartial. Agenda item 11, similar to Councillor Gerstner, I wasn't present for the previous debate and have therefore been advised to sit out on this one. And finally, agenda item 13, like some other members present, I received an email and have not engaged in any further conversation rather than just receiving an email. I have not replied, and so I'll keep an open mind.
Sorry, Joe, I forgot to say also that I'm a member of various IDBs, drainage boards, as I believe other members are.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, members. We'll now go to the main part of the meeting. Members should only make a proposal on an application when invited to do so. However, I will be initially asking if anybody is going to propose the officer's recommendation. Clearly, if no such proposal is forthcoming or that proposal fails, I'll be looking for an alternative proposal. Members are reminded that such a proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, I'll hand over to David Rowan. He's the development manager here at Fenland to present application F/YR24/0468/0, agenda item number 5. So David, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application with matters committed in respect of access to erect up to 20 dwellings, land south of 116 to 122 New Road in Chatteris. Initially draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect to this item. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits on the eastern side of Chatteris between existing residential developments, the pastures and Green Park, and then the A142. As can be seen from the aerial image, the site is undeveloped and is largely scrubland. Aerial imagery from the late 1990s, early 2000s shows part of the site used as a yard with open storage. The site is within flood zone 1
and has historically had the benefit of a full planning permission for 20 dwellings. So the application is in outline with all matters reserved other than access. The layout shown here is largely indicative, but really given the site, the width of the site, the nature of the site, it's a little bit difficult to see how else it would ultimately be sort of built out. Access is committed and is shown to be taken from New Road at the top of that image, utilising the existing access way to the site, then with a sort of a adoptable standard access road shown in grey running into the sort of the middle of the site and the turning head area, and then with a sort of private road running south of that, shown in the sort of the golden colour. This is indicated as being a sort of a 6 metre wide shared surface, and then an area is shown in the southeastern corner of the site for potential reptile translocation. And as you can see, the dwellings are arranged around that road area, shown in the sort of the darker grey blocks. As mentioned, access is committed, and the plan on screen shows the access arrangements at the junction with New Road. So just to the east is the junction with the A142, that sort of staggered crossroads with the road that leads out to Mainey. In respect of the access road proposed, the Highway Authority have raised no objection to this. Photos of the site are shown on screen. So photo 1 shows the position of the existing access to the site, so between the dwelling and the bungalow, and so that's where the proposed access would be taken. Photo 2 shows the access into the site in a little bit more detail, sort of further in, and then photos 3 and 4 show the existing nature of the site. As I say, that sort of overgrown scrubland really that forms the site. So to summarise, the broad principle of developing the site for residential purposes is considered to be in accordance with the settlement hierarchy set in the local plan, and there are no site-specific issues which would render the principle of development as being unacceptable. The application is in outline, and a detailed scheme would clearly be required to finalise issues of design, scale, layout, etc. There are no outstanding technical objections to the application from any consultees. 4 affordable units are proposed, along with a financial contribution of £40,000, which is proposed to be subdivided pro rata between the various financial requests received as set out within the report. The recommendation is therefore to grant the application as set out within the agenda and as per the update report. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have 2 speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite David Ward. He's an objector to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. No, you're right. When you start making your presentation. Thank you. That was the time.
First of all, I'd like to apologise. I've got a bit of a croaky throat, so if you can't hear what I'm saying, do interrupt afterwards and ask questions.
No worries, you just take your time.
Just proceed whenever you get. All right. The application covers land that the applicant does not own. There's a stretch of land that runs originally containing a 3 metre wide dyke running behind all of the bungalows in Green Park. The area was fenced off against the applicant's property and has been the legal factual possession of the residents of Green Park for the last 50 years, as per things such as the case of Pale versus McCarlan. The applicant's company was aware that they do not own this strip of land and illegally removed all the fencing that runs along their properties. If the applicant is granted by the councillors this proposal, you'll be leaving yourself up for any developer that wants to build on land that they don't own. There has been a judicial review on this piece of land previously in 2003 June, which refused planning permission for the 20 similar sized developments and buildings. The inspector for the Secretary of State said current proposals are a significant harm to both the character of the area and the amenity of adjoining properties and refused planning permission. as there is no benefit stemming from this development sufficient to outweigh the such harm. Draining calculations provided by the applicant are incorrect. They purely rely on rainfall using recognised greenfield rates and take no account of the massive watershed that comes from the 3 lanes of the bypass, which deposits water downhill into the site and at least doubles greenfield rates. Pooling will also occur given the methods they are providing to provide drainage, because the roads and things that they're proposing sit on top of clay and water does not dissolve in clay. Their rear gardens are unusable every single year. To cope, many of us have had to dig trenches along the side of our bungalows to prevent water entering our properties. In bad years, this is even insufficient. A dike to prove it that has been built on the Lancaster Way development has had to be put in front of the houses there since development, because the flooding was actually just coming from New Road into those buildings. The large 5-bedroom house behind my property will mean my rear garden and property will be in shade most of the day. This, along with the lack of privacy, is unacceptable. The orientation of the house means that the bungalows along the east side of Green Park left all of their gardens overlooked, removing any privacy that they have. There are many valid reasons for not going with this proposal that are valid planning reasons. It overshadows a neighbour, which causes loss of light, overlooks other homes, causing lack of privacy, appears out of character with the existing properties. Nowhere in the area has anybody built behind bungalows, houses or buildings. They've always put bungalows or something before it. Plans for the area is overdeveloped, as per what the Secretary of State said, as it's so similar to the previous proposal. There is a negative effect on nature conservancy as 2 protected species are on the site. There's a lack of need for this development in Chatteris, as we've already reached our quota for buildings. Things such as Cromwell, the 6th form, is already oversubscribed, meaning some of our pupils are having to be shipped all the way out to St Ivo. There's a detriment impact on neighbours' amenities by affecting the quality of life of the neighbourhood, which contains many older residents, as well as some with terminal illnesses. The size of the development is too large for the size of the area being development, and the garden's too small, especially taking into account that they need the 3 metres that belongs to us. Negative effects of character and appearance in this area, all the development, most recent development, Lancaster Way, nobody has built buildings behind bungalows. There's always been a normal bungalow or spaces between. With regards to the property and the access, there's going to be at least 50 cars given the size of the buildings proposed. The proximity to the primary school and the new Lancaster Way development, there's likely to be a major risk of accident to children and passers-by. A car has already ended up in the dyke in front of Lancaster Road along New Road, and several accidents in the New Road exit onto the bypass. There's a permanent noise that's going to be coming from these buildings because they are so close to ours, because of the small size of the garden, far too small for the size of those properties. I would urge the council not to grant this application for a couple of main reasons. If we can prove that the application is not dissimilar to the previous one that was refused, you could be leaving yourself up to litigation, just as happened with the supermarket fiasco at Whittlesea. And if you do pass this situation, you will be knowingly allowing a application to be passed on land that they do not own, and will set a permanent precedent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Ward, and you've got one, Councillor French. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. That was very informative. Can you give me the date of the judicial review, please?
Yeah, that was June 2023.
Thank you.
No, sorry, 2003. I do apologise. Yeah, I was going to say, do apologise, Councillor French.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Ward. Any other questions at all? No? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, sorry, I didn't know. So, any more questions for Mr. Ward at all? No, last chance. No, thank you very much. So, now I'd like to invite Lee Bevins. He's, of course, the agent to make his presentation to the committee. obviously you've got 5 minutes as well, Mr. Bevins. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to note that and thank Tim Williams, the planning officer, who's worked with us to address the previous issues and concerns with the site, and I'm grateful for his input. I refer members to section 4 of the officer's report, noting that the same site was approved for 20 dwellings back in 2004 under FYR 030054F, which included 18 4-bedroom houses and 2 5-bedroom houses. This application proposes a maximum of 20 dwellings and does not commit scale at this stage or the mix of houses. As members know, this site is in outline format and only access has been committed, and we've worked closely with County Highways from the outset to ensure a safe and coherent road format. Biodiversity and ecology have been the biggest issue on this particular site, and we've submitted detailed BNG metric and biodiversity reports for the site, showing that our biodiversity obligations can be met, and subsequent reports will be submitted at Reserve Matters application stage when the definitive number of dwellings and mix will be proposed and the appropriate biodiversity measures taken to ensure that great crested newts and reptiles are protected. We've addressed all the other relevant issues raised during the planning process, and any subsequent Reserve Matters application will be brought forward to this council to review and make comments as necessary. The site accords with the spatial strategy as set out in policy LP3 of the adopted local plan and is in a sustainable location. As noted by the officer's report, there are no outstanding statutory consultee objections. We've already agreed the conditions suggested by Tim Williams and note the completion of a section 106 agreement, which will be done, and we're happy to proceed on this basis. Given the officer's recommendation for approval based upon the proposal amounting to sustainable development and according with the development plan as a whole, we would ask members to support the recommendation to approve this application. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yep. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Bevin? Councillor French.
Thank you. Mr. Bevins, can you tell us, obviously, having listened to Mr. Ward, I'm quite concerned about this application. Were you aware of the judicial review? I've got 2 or 3 questions to ask you.
I wasn't aware of the judicial review, but my client has passed me a title drawing that shows the extent of the boundary, and we're quite clear on that.
So my next question is the land ownership. So are you saying that the applicant actually owns the whole site?
The red line that forms part of the location plan is in accordance with the title plan that the applicant has passed to me.
Last question. Are these going to be bungalows or are they going to be houses?
That's a very good question. My preference would be that there are bungalows on there, but it's only in outline format. When it goes to market, I think the application would be to go for bungalows on there, given Green Park.
Okay, thank you. It's not really answering the question, but...
Thank you, Councillor French. Councillor Marks.
You mentioned in your presentation definitive. Is the numbers we are looking at, is it likely to be more than the 20 proposed?
No, I think in reality, given the conversations with biodiversity and ecology, I think it will be less. I think that an appropriate number would be closer to 15 on there. But again, you know, this is it's setting a maximum number, but I think the people we've spoken with are suggesting lower than that to sort of provide more green space on the site.
Thank you. Looking at the site history, obviously it went for review back in 2003. It then was given, by the looks of this approval, in 2004, October 2004. It was then brought back and then withdrawn in October 2018. Why is the reasoning for this delay?
I just think the applicant has had other sites and other business matters to deal with and has just left it. I think the previous application that was withdrawn was for more housing on the site, and I don't think that will happen this time. I think the site will come forward with more bungalows in the Reserve Matters application.
Thank you.
Right, anybody else got any more questions? Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm that you can meet the time obligations and the biodiversity time limits, please.
Yes, we can, and we're happy with all the conditions suggested by the officer and the 106 elements of it. So yes, the answer to that.
Okay, can't see any burning desire to ask any more questions. Thank you very much. So members, time to put questions, clarifications to officers, if you've got any. Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you. I don't know who's doing this, David or Matt. Don't mind who answers it. Why is it not in the report about this judicial review? That's the first question.
Through you, Chairman, I'll be quite honest with you, I wasn't aware of it. The information that I've got and just looking through now is that planning permission was granted full application for 20 dwellings in 2003. I think notwithstanding that, what I would say is that, obviously that's 22 years ago, there's a report that's set in front of members today giving a full assessment of the application in relation to the current policies of the local plan, the current policies of the MPPF, and finding that it sort of complies with those. And it's on that basis that the recommendation is made. And I don't think that, while reference is made within the report to the site having had permission in the past, I think that's very much a sort of a passing reference, and certainly there's no significant weight really given to that, given the age of any previous decision on the site. The recommendation is on the basis of the assessment of the current planning policies. Thank you, Chairman.
Next question.
Carry on.
There's a reduction from 25% to 20% affordable housing. I don't find that acceptable. And also looking at the section 106, which is £40,000, and there's only £6,168 for education. What about the rest of the education that county has requested?
Absolutely.
Through you, Chairman. So the application was submitted in 2024, and as such, the local plan viability review that was undertaken by the council in sort of 2020, 2021 time, it's still deemed to be relevant and a material consideration, and the affordable housing contribution and the financial contribution set out do accord with that, and that's sort of consistent really with the approach that has been taken on a number of other applications of this scale over the last few years. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I'll just come back there. I think we need to look at this viability in detail again at some point, because I don't think we're getting a fair crack of the whip, in my opinion. Thank you.
If I can just come back on that point, please, Chairman. As of November last year and the publication of the new validation lists, the submission of an up-to-date viability, site-specific viability assessment is something that is now required. But as I indicated, because this application sort of predates that, that's why the approach is being taken that is being taken, basically.
That's the explanation. Councillor, did you want to carry on? Then I'll bring in Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I hear what you're saying, David, and I know what they do with viability. They get the planning permission, then they come back and say they can't afford it, etc. Well, somebody's going to have to pay for it. You've got primary education, 145,496 requested. Secondary education, 126,265. So how is this going to be met? There is shortage of school places.
David.
Through you, Chairman. Totally agree with Councillor French. Clearly, 40,000 doesn't cover the requested contributions, and I can only say that is a fairly common situation in Fenland. I think that the committee will recall a number of instances where we've had applications here that haven't met the fully requested contributions. As I say, the council's viability review or assessment has indicated what is a sort of a viable level of contribution. the application meets that, and members will also be aware that it's not necessarily grounds to refuse an application because there's not the delivery of the full range of financial contributions.
Did you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the total of 40,000. £332 towards library. Is somebody lifting a legs here? I mean, it's a ridiculous amount of small. Ambulance, 740. You know, if there's going to be 20 dwellings, whether they're bungalows or houses, somebody has got to pay for this. And this really is lifting somebody's leg.
Yeah, I quite agree. I'm going to let you have a breather now, Councillor French. I'm going to bring in Councillor Marks and I'll come back to you if you want to. Thanks.
Thank you. I've had a quick read through. I can't see anything mentioned regarding refuse collection. And then I'm looking at the actual drawing or the plan that's been put in front, and it looks like block paving. Just a bit of a concern. I take it's going to be a private road and not adopted. Or have I missed what they're regarding refuse collection?
Through you, Chairman, as I've indicated earlier, I think the sort of southern part of the access road is indicated as being a sort of a shared surface, which would be not adopted by the county council. Potentially, depending on the standard of the build and whether the council's refuse team would be given an indemnity to actually go down there. That is, there is the potential for that to occur, or for a sort of a private refuse collection to be carried out. I think you are probably quite correct in that there is not a condition there is actually a condition. Condition 16 talks about a refuse collection strategy shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority alongside the submission of reserved matters. So it is addressed through a condition, and you know, I think consequently there are, as I've indicated, a couple of potential scenarios for refuse to be adequately collected.
Thank you, David. Sorry, I missed it.
Okay. Did you want to come back, Councillor French? I think I'm going to have a go now. Yeah.
Yeah, just coming back on the road. If the county council, if somebody wants to adopt a road back by the county council, it has got to be brought up to an affordable standard. Plus the fact that they will have to put in a 20-mile-an-hour limit. That is the county council's policies.
Okay. So I think I'll come in here. I know this piece of land well. This used to be a scrap metal yard 24, 5, 6 years ago. Time moves quickly. And I know full well they can be really contaminated because there was not too much environmental protection before that. It didn't really come in until the early 90s when the Environment Agency stamped down on these sort of yards, as I know to my cost. So there will be, although it's overgrown and plants all in there and scrubland and everything, there will be quite a lot of contamination in that ground. So I would like some comfort to say there will be a detailed survey to see what contamination there is and the remedial action that's needed. I'm sure it's in the report that's the case, but as the scrapyard was, say, 27 or 8 years ago, it's just as a rough guide. It's probably before most people knew that that yard as it is now. So I'd like some comfort on that. David?
Through you, Chairman, the Council's environmental health team have been consulted as part of the application. To the best of my knowledge, they have quite a detailed recording of historic sort of scrapyards, etc. So they should be aware of that. Their comments are included in full within the reports, and they have requested a condition regarding sort of what's known as unsuspected contamination, which is included as condition 23 on the schedule of conditions.
Yeah, I did read that, but I just wanted to bring it out for the YouTube viewers that probably don't know that. And the second thing is, Councillor French touched on it somewhat about the road. It's going to be unadopted, I think you said.
Looking at the submitted details, the upper half looks as though it would be built to an adoptable standard, so the appropriate width with footways, and then it's that lower half, as I said, that in the sort of the gold colour, that looks as though that would potentially be unadopted. So there's the potential for sort of a split in terms of that arrangement. Ultimately, as we've discussed at committee several times in the past, there is no obligation for a road to be adopted. So while that upper half maybe to adoptable standard, it's not necessarily the case that it would actually be adopted by the county council.
Okay, so that leads me on to my second point nicely. Councillor Marks and I and Councillor Miffordin went round some months ago and looking at sites similar to this, that the road surface is absolutely awful. We looked at two in Maney from some years ago, and in Wimbledon, I think probably the first time that's been said, and it was agreed by a county council colleague who was sitting to my left at that particular time, that I suggested that they can build, if this is passed today, and I know it can be done more detailed, but this is just a thought, that if there is 20 houses, build your 20 houses, but until the road is made up to an adoptable standard, the 20th house, or if they're only going to build 15 houses or however many, the last one remains unoccupied or unsold until such times is the road built up to adoptable standard. We did that at Wimbledon. We did that on March West, 10 houses, if you remember, March East, Councillor French. And that is what I'm going to ask the question to you, David. And it's been done before and agreed, and we've not been challenged.
Through you, Chairman, yes, I don't disagree. I think what you might be looking at here, which is slightly different, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that this site is not, or doesn't appear to be being proposed as 100% served off an adoptable road. There is obviously quite a sizable number of those dwellings that look as though they're intended to be served by a private roadway. So I'm not necessarily sure that same wording would be applicable in this instance, or quite as reasonable. However, if the committee is minded to want a condition sort of along those lines, that's something that potentially could be delegated to officers to come up with some appropriate wording, potentially in conjunction with yourself.
Yeah, I'm just going to go on there. I'm hogging the situation here, aren't I? Yes, that would give me a lot of comfort, and if the committee would back me on this, on my proposal there, I'd be more than grateful, because that would alleviate some problems that we've seen before in various parts of the county, in Fenland also. Yeah, so thank you very much for that, David, for those. Councillor Marks, thank you.
Sorry, just coming back on the road, and you're saying quite a few look to be served by a adopted road. I thought from memory we had instances where block paving, and it looks like halfway down the first part of that there is block paving. That block paving was now not acceptable as a road surface for adoptable standard.
Through you, Chairman, as I've explained, the part of the road that is indicated as being a shared surface would not be to adoptable standard. The section shown in the kind of the golden colour, as I say, on the plan on screen, does not appear to be a road that would be adopted by the county council.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just come back on that? And David, you were saying quite a few were, but it looks then, if you take out, because the first, you come down the first section, and there's only one house before you get to block paving, and then you've got more tarmac after number 2 or 3. So are they saying that we're going to have a bit of half and half?
Through you, Chairman, yes, there is a patch of sort of shared surface, or different coloured surface, shall we say, within that grey sort of road section. Quite what that is intended to be, whether that is just a sort of an indicated traffic calming measure, I'm not really sure. But certainly the rest of that roadway, down to the point of the kind of the turning head, within the sort of the middle of the site, shall we call it, does appear to be adoptable standard in terms of the road width, predominant use of a sort of a bound material, and also footways as well. I think, without wishing to sound as though I'm trying to duck the issues, ultimately, whether the road is to be adopted or not is not a material planning consideration, and would be dealt with in the view of officers appropriately through the relevant conditions that are actually indicated to you. I wouldn't like the committee to sort of get too bogged down in the issue of which bits of road are to be adopted or not.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Marks, before I bring in Councillor Gerstner? Then I'm going to have another say. Thanks, Councillor Gerstner. The floor's yours.
Well, thank you. Since we're discussing matters in respect of access, is the refuge truck going to be able to get down there? It's an unadopted road, okay, which is not a material planning consideration. But we have to take into account there's 20 dwellings there, and by the look of that there on that indicative map, there's not a great deal of room for pedestrians. And we're now talking about how does the refuge people access the site, please?
Through you, Chairman, we've got, according to the detailed plan that's been shown regarding the access, we've got a roadway that is 5 metres wide, which is a fairly typical estate width. We've got a 2 metre wide pedestrian footway proposed alongside that, which would be actually probably more than adoptable standard. So in that regard, my view would be that there is nothing to indicate that this site cannot be accessed adequately. The Highway Authority have not raised any concerns in that respect either. So I'm not really sure that there's any grounds on which the committee could potentially refuse that application on that basis.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Gerstner? So now I'm going to come back on this S30, this agreement, S38 agreement, I think it's called. Nigel Edgar, he was a director there, who sat to my left, as I did mention earlier, and he was told me, and told anybody who wants to listen, when he was dealing with the S38 agreements, he had so many on his desk, not been sorted out, that he could paper his front room with it. So when we mentioned it to him, he was all in favour of this, because it gives some sort of comfort to the residents, the new residents, that hopefully this will be sorted out. It gives some comfort, because the county council can't make the developer, the agent, make the road up to adoptable standard. They can only advise them. But if they don't choose to sign an S38 agreement, it cannot, they just cannot make them do it. So this particular the train of thought I've got would give comfort to residents, and of course it would give comfort to this planning committee that this may not happen on this particular development. But I'll leave it to other committee members just to peruse that and think what they want to do. But thank you very much. So any more questions to officers at all? No? Thank you, officers. So we're going to ask now to debate the application in respect of the material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Councillor French.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't think this is a good application. There's too many ifs and unknowns. First off, we've got a dispute on land ownership, judicial review that we didn't know anything about. We don't know if it's going to be houses or bungalows. I know that will come in at a reserved matter. The agent did say the application is for 20, but he said it could be 15. So again, we don't know. It's an if or a but. As far as the roadway, I'll listen to what you said about the roadway. Cast your mind back, Mr. Chairman, to Christchurch. 22 years ago, the road still isn't finished, and there's over 38 properties down there.
Rest my case, Councillor French.
Absolutely. I don't like this application. I'm not going to support it.
Councillor Senniclough.
Thank you, Chair. Just to echo what Councillor French has said, and I too have seen a situation where a road wasn't adopted, raised ironworks, 10 years on, it still hasn't been adopted. Residents are still struggling. The tyres are getting battered about and so forth. And as an elected member, we're here to also represent our residents, and I don't feel comfortable with a lot of what's been outlined regarding this application.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I have to say, I agree. We mainly have unadopted roads, but that we've got Bedford View, which is an absolute disgrace, and it will never really be resolved. That said, we still have an application in front of us with a piece of land that has previously had permission. So, as much as, you know, we have the concern over the roads and we have the concerns over the number of houses, we still have a piece of land there which technically could have something built on it. I think it's poor that, you know, we haven't got more information regarding the application, the numbers and the roadway. But if we can put something in place where we can at least have comfort factor that the roadway will get brought up to a standard, I'm not saying adoptable, but up to a standard, and we have an application there for houses, which the site has already had. So I'm a bit lost in how we can actually just turn this down, bearing in mind officers' opinion. But I'll wait till the rest of the debate.
Yeah. I'll come in then. I don't see anybody else want to come in. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Marks. In 2004, it's had planning permission for 20 houses. It was withdrawn, unfortunately, in 2018 for whatever reason. I can't see how we can turn this application down in its present form. But as far as the road is concerned, which is my greatest fear, as I've just identified, at least if we say the last two houses can't be occupied until such time as the road is either adopted or brought to an adoptable standard, that would alleviate that problem. But I just don't feel, although I can see where Councillor French is coming from, and I have really sympathies with what she says, I wouldn't feel comfortable at this time to turn this application down. But again, I'll listen to what anybody else has got to say. Thanks. Councillor Marks.
Chair, I understand where you're coming from. My concern to that is we haven't actually got the number of properties agreed yet as to how many. I hate to use the word deferral, but I'm almost going the route of deferral to have this come back in front of us with a number of houses. So we have a categoric number of houses that we can agree then a figure on. Because if it's 20, we could say after house number 10, and you know, that's when it needs adopting, or not adopting, bringing up to a standard. However, at the minute, I think we've got a bit of an unknown regarding, and that may then clarify things like ownership as well, if we were to defer this and ask the agent to go away and do a bit more homework as to, because I also have a concern regarding the drawing there as to the start of that. It looks, you know, we're being told some of it is adoptable. I still can't understand why we've got a area that looks to be block paving after house number 1. I think, you know, there are some unknowns here, but to reject this is probably, you know, I'm not so comfortable on that. However, I think we do need some further information, and I would say we should look for a deferral.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Marks. That's another way we could use, obviously, and it's still in abeyance. I'm good on bringing Matt, Head of Planning here at Fenland, to clarify some points and make some others, no doubt. Would you like to come in now, Councillor Miffordon, or would you like
Yes, sir. Chair, very quickly, just wanted to remind us that it is an outline application. It's not a full application. And we don't know how many units are going to be built in it yet. We don't even have the details of the type, the bungalows or houses. So I think we have to take that into consideration when we make our decision based on what is in front of us. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. The floor's yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Unfortunately, the last speaker just stole some of my powder. Yeah, the application is outlined in nature, and obviously, whether we like it as decision makers, this is the system we work in, and applicants are allowed to put in outline applications with a certain level of unknown, including up to in the property, so we don't have a definitive figure, lack of clarity on scale, mass in bulk, housing mix, etc. And that is the planning system. But as decision makers, we still need to be confident that a scheme can come forward and can be acceptable. So we have to balance the two things against each other. Normally, it's the inverse, where people are actually worried that there could be more numbers, not less numbers, being the issue. I think, as the agent explained, you know, that is relatively urban appearance, and obviously taking into account things like BNG, public open space, it's more likely it will go down than up. I think, as Mr. Ryan explained, I wouldn't feel personally comfortable about saying any condition that said it had to be adoptable, because there isn't a requirement for that to be. I do understand members, though, concerns about highways, access, vehicular movements within the site, which is a completely relevant planning consideration. If members have a strong concern about this, and I know from being here now for a number of months, I know members do, and obviously there's been some history of under provision of appropriate access. Rather than looking at an adopter where that may be more appropriate for other schemes, taking into account the scale of this scheme, the fact that it's probably unlikely that it would be adoptable, and also the fact we don't know numbers, we obviously putting in a percentage or something would be a concern with numbers, because if you don't know the figures, where does that kick in? It would be possible to require, obviously this is very much off the cuff, so it wouldn't be the exact wording, but a condition requiring hard standing and access details to be provided, and for that to be provided prior to occupation of the service dwelling, so that in theory, if their permission was granted, they could deliver the ones at the front by getting approval and do the hard standing, and then that would have to work down, so that rather than having a cap on the number that could be done, and then still not having the roadway, they actually have to provide the roadway for each service dwelling, taking into account the fact that this is a fairly small site. You've not got to worry about interaction between different roadways, etc., where on a larger scheme that wouldn't normally work, because you'd potentially be prejudicing the scheme out to come forward. So I do think there is the potential for a condition that could overcome the concerns. It's probably best delegated to officers, because it's just come to us here. I wouldn't want to try and give a specific wording, but yeah, that would be the advice I'd be saying.
So this brings me nicely on to what I was just going to say, actually. So if this was passed today in outline, could this be brought back to this committee or another committee, depends on when obviously it comes, in detailed stage? Could this be brought back to committee? Because if that could, we could address those concerns thereon. Yeah. If we can't, we're sort of in a dark alley, aren't we?
Through you, Chairman, I mean, clearly it would depend to a degree on the scheme of delegation at the time of any reserved matters submission, or any full submission for that matter. However, I think if there was something in the minutes relevant to this application that the committee does want to see any future detailed scheme on the site come to committee, then that is something that in the future we would try to sort of pick up and bring back in front of you.
So you're saying then, to clarify, you're saying this would come back to committee? Well, it's obviously be retrospectively now, wouldn't it?
Through you, Chairman, it's perhaps a little bit difficult, because I don't ultimately know whether I'll be here in 2 years' time, or indeed whether Fenland District Council will be here when we get a detailed scheme in. But I think ultimately, if there's something in the minutes that members do request that a future sort of the follow-on full or reserved matters application comes in front of committee, then that is something that would hopefully be sort of picked up by the officers dealing with that at that particular time.
It would come back, and if this if FDC is still in operation, this application would come back just for clarification before committee? Yes or no? Or suffice?
I can't say yes or no, Chairman, because I say ultimately,
If we're here,
it might not be my gift to do that. What I would say is that if it's in the minutes and there's a sort of a clear indicator from members that they wish a future application to come in front of committee,
it will.
then that is hopefully something that will be picked up in the future. And yes, it will come to committee.
Okay, so that's given me some comfort. Thank you.
Just for clarity, that would have to be sent under the head of planning's authority to send any application to committee. And the point is that you may have a different head of planning, you may have a different head of DM. We can't guarantee what's up, but that's the way that it would be done. So I would hope so. Would be the answer.
Well, that gives Councillor French. You've been waiting your hand up for a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah.
Still in debate.
Yes. I don't think some of these things have just not been answered. We've still got hanging over. You've got conditions, and goodness knows many conditions you've got on there. And I do see the contaminated, if it's contaminated land, which if you said it was a scrapyard, having been in the dairy service for over 25 years, I know about contamination of land with regard to oils, etc. So that is something that really needs to be picked up. And I just don't think this is a good application. They've got, if this is approved today, they've got 3 years. They'll probably lift their legs and wait for 3 years, and district councils and county will not exist in 2028. So.
Okay, Councillor Marks.
I have to say, I echo Councillor French's, what Councillor French just said there. I think, they've held on for since 2004. Another 3 years probably isn't going to make any difference. However, it is going to make a difference to some of the residents. And how do we know in 2 or 3 years they don't come back for 25, 30, 40? I think we're at a situation now where, we've got something in front of us that planners are happy we grant. I'm not happy we grant it because there are too many unknowns. However, if we defer it with a list of questions for the agent to come back, I would readily hope he would come back to us very quickly to give us the answer to those questions. And at that point, we then can make those decisions. Regarding the roadway, and I agree with you, I still think whatever happens next, whatever being put in place is a good thing. So they know that that's what they're going to come back when they're faced with, unless they want to bring it up to an adoptable standard. But there are so many other unknowns on there. I think that's the route I would want to take. And at the moment, I can't see we really can take any other route.
That's fine. I can sort of see where we're going. Anybody else? Councillor Gerstner, thank you. We're still in debate, Kev.
Thank you. Well, again, I'm going to say we're looking at what's in front of us. Access. We're not into reserved matters yet where this can be talked about, and you've already spoken to the head of planning that we can request that this application comes back to committee, whether we're here or not. Okay, there may be some committee here at that stage. And although I sympathise with the other councillors on this respect, we're talking about access here, not not other things that would come under reserved matters. So, unfortunately, although I sympathise with the councillors, we have to look what's in front of us today in respect to that access. Thank you.
Anyone who wants to add to this debate at all? No, you've all had a chance now. So, officers, would you like to contribute anything further? No, you wouldn't? Okay. So at the moment, I'm going to ask for a proposer. Do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to grant planning permission for this application? Officers recommend approve. Do I have a proposer to go that way? Councillor Gerstner. So Councillor Gerstner has put a proposal forward. We go with officer recommendation to approve this. Have we got a seconder? You'll second that. So Councillor Miffordin second that. Okay. So can we have a show of hands on that proposal, please? To propose that we go with officer recommendation, to be clear, to approve this application?
2 votes, Chairman.
Right, so obviously that vote has failed. Well, against, well, it's obviously against.
4 votes, Chairman.
As I said, it's failed. Let's get some abstentions. Can I have another proposal, please? Councillor Marks, what are you proposing?
I propose that we go for a deferral for further information from the agent before, so this can come back in front of us and we have a guarantee it comes back in front of this committee as opposed to 2-3 years down the line, a different committee, which hopefully, you know, by doing this, a deferral will mean that's what will happen, because we have to think of the residents, but we also have to think this application has, you know, in the past been granted.
Certainly got some flaws. Can I have a second for that? Councillor French. So we've got another proposal on the line here by Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor French, to defer this application for further information. Can I have a proposer? Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
4 votes, Chairman.
So those against? I think you're going to abstain, obviously, now, aren't you? So that proposal has been right. So that application has been deferred for further information, Joe.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right. So we'll now go on to Tom Donnelly. He's the Senior Development Officer here to present application F/YR23/09960, agenda item number 6. So Tom, when you're ready, thank you.
Chairman, just see if anyone wants to leave.
Oh, sorry. No, you carry on. If you want to leave, we'll just hang on a minute till the door's closed. We've finished, wasn't it?
Sorry.
Okay, Tom. Oh. Right, so Tom, whenever you're ready, thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application for up to 6 dwellings with all matters reserved on land north of High Trees, Rectory Road in Newton. The aerial photo and location plan identify that the site is located in a largely undeveloped area with occasional residential development to the south, east and north. In the northwest and southwest corners of these images, you can see the eastern extremities of the built form of Newton, which forms a horseshoe shape extending along Church Lane and High Road respectively, and along Goodens Lane to the west. The application is outlined with all matters reserved. However, an indicative site plan has been submitted identifying a linear road fronting development, with each plot served by its own access point. And in terms of photographs of the site, so the 3 images on the left identify the site frontage, highlighting its open nature with minimal boundary screening. And the images on the right hand side showing the junction into Chapel Lane on the opposite side of the road, with a single dwelling located on the southern side of that highway, with the land to the north currently undeveloped and open. So in summary of this, the proposals are not considered to constitute infill development contrary to policy LP3 on the basis that the site frontage width stands at over 100 metres, and it is further considered that the erection of 6 dwellings in this generally open and undeveloped area would result in landscape character harm, also contrary to policies LP12 and 16. And finally, it's also considered that the site lies outside of the built form of Newton, which is considered to lie further to the west, and it's accordingly recommended that the application is refused in this instance. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Tom. We have 2 speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Pritchard and Mr. and Mrs. Humphreys, their objectors, to make their presentation. The Griddy, you've got 5 minutes in which to make your presentation. And you can use, obviously, the time allotted to you to who wants to speak at how many minutes on the application between you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to speak in objecting to this proposed development. I represent a large number of Newton residents who object to this planning application. My name is Patrick Humphreys. I live on Chapel Lane in Newton with my family. The 3 points I would like to make are as follows. First, this proposal does not constitute infill development and is therefore contrary to policy LP3. I refer you to the advice and detailed policy analysis provided by the independent planning consultant we have engaged and the report of the case officer, which concludes this is not infill development. They say that a picture speaks 1,000 words, so I refer you to the picture on the screen behind me, which shows sporadic housing on Rectory Road and the surrounding area, which is green and beautiful countryside. Point number 2 is the rural character of this part of Rectory Road would be harmed by the proposal. This would make it contrary to policies LP12 and LP16 of the Fenland Local Plan of 2014. Again, please look at the aerial photo, which clearly shows that this site is flat, arable land. The surrounding area is mainly open fields, sporadic dwellings, and absolutely no linear development. We object to this proposal, therefore, because it will harm the rural character of Rectory Road and is contrary to planning policy. And then third, the residents of the village overwhelmingly object to this development. Local residents strongly oppose the plan and have made their views clear through 42 letters of objection and at every single planning committee meeting of the parish council. It is baffling, therefore, that some of the parish councillors have neither listened to their views nor taken concerns raised about planning policy and material considerations seriously. So in closing, before I hand over to David, let me say a few words. We can all of us recognise that a tension will always exist between how to keep Fenland growing without losing that thing that makes it Fenland. The thing that set out both the Fenland Local Plan of 2014 and 2022 is set out very clearly. It's that Fenland has a unique character with its flat, open landscapes, big skies, and complex network of drainage channels and watercourses. So we appeal to you on this committee to help protect this balance and to refuse this application. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, many thanks for your time. I'll hand over to David.
Mr. Chair, this site is landlocked, so a discharge pipe has been added to the dike, which only just touches the corner of the whole field, diverting all the water from the site and much of the remaining field into higher flood zones. The permission to discharge given by the lead flood authority is subject to riparian rates. We own the adjacent field and dike with those riparian rates. As we're already saturated and being put at an increased risk of flooding, we do not give our permission. The village has no amenities, so the site is not sustainable. There are already 20 plus houses currently for sale in Newton. The thresholds for houses has already been met with a 6.5 year surplus, and that's without the additional 9 houses given permission on the same field and owners. This development is not in accordance with current policies or the emerging local plan. It will cause demonstrable harm to the rural character and environment of the village. So we trust that the committee will therefore support their officers' recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
Is that the whole lot of the presentation?
That's it.
I had a look and I thought the lady was going to speak, but obviously not. So members, questions, clarifications? To Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. It's just a generalised question, really. Why do you think that the parish council were so much in favour when 14 people was at the planning meeting that were objectors, you know. So I don't know, I'm asking you the question.
Councillor, I'm very pleased that you asked that question because, as I said in my comments, it is absolutely baffling. Local residents strongly oppose the plans. There's the 42 letters of objection. And somehow, despite this, parish councillors neither listened to their views. I would say that the parish council decision was not unanimous. There were some that opposed, there were some that abstained, so it wasn't unanimous. I think the only other thing I can factually note is that the applicant is on the parish council and the applicant's sister is also on the parish council.
Yeah, but just to put some clarification on, they would have abstained. They would have abstained and hopefully they would have made no comment and left the room. So that would have been, that would have been absolutely fine. But going on from Councillor Gerstner's view, but the majority of the parish council then voted in favour of this application. Yeah, to be clear.
I might hand that to my wife, who is a parish councillor.
Majority, but not all the parish council. I objected and I raised concerns at the meeting that the concerns raised by the residents, the public attending it, were not listened to.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Councillor French, then Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I think that was a very unfair question that you put to the objectors on that, why a parish council, it's up to the parish council why they make that decision, not for you to interpret otherwise. With regard to flooding, you say that the field does flood?
Yes, there is, in the winter, there's always a lot of water sitting on top of the field. My piece of land is adjacent to that field, and I do find I can't walk down to the bottom of my field because the water level is so high, and you squelch on the top of the field as you walk down to the dike.
Thank you. My next question, has the applicant or agent contacted you with regard to your ownership? Because obviously you own half the dike.
No.
That's the first thing they should have done.
Right, thank you for that, Councillor French. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. On the reasoning of flooding, obviously we gave previously in one of these meetings housing round the corner. Okay, flooding was an issue there. Your field, is it actually drained? I mean, in the Fens, we drain fields. Is your field actually drained at the present time?
I'm third generation in the house. We used to farm my field, and that falls down to the dike at the rear of the property and the garden.
Thank you. That wasn't quite the question. Is it land drained?
There is no land drainage. It's natural fall into the ditch.
Okay, so mitigation could be land draining it, but if the field's already wet, so there is mitigation. Something could actually happen to that. And the other question regarding that, you mentioned regarding Fenland villages. What's your perception of a Fenland village? To me, I've lived in the Fens all my life. Fenland villages have houses built on roadside, not back garden developments as a standard. And that to me is what a Fenland village is. Do you not agree?
There are different categories of Fenland villages, you will well know, Councillor, including ones that are designated as small villages. And then I think the second thing to say, which Newton is, a small village B, which will, I'll let people who are better qualified explain kind of what kind of development is allowed in that kind of small village B. The second thing to say is that this is really at the very edge of the village anyway. I mean, as the officer said, is not really considered in the centre of the village. And that, as you can see from the aerial photo that I put up earlier and is in your packs, the village is actually off to the left of that photo, and that's why there is very sporadic housing at this end of the edge of village location.
But there is other properties within the area on roadside. So whether it's in the centre of the village or whether it's on the outskirts, most villages, Fenland villages you go to, there is properties built sporadically coming in and going out of the village. Would you agree?
Yes, there are, but if you look at this one, the dwellings are sporadic, and there are not 6 houses in a kind of linear development. If you look at, I don't know if you can see from the photos, but you will see that on the entire length of Rectory Road, there are 6 houses. This proposal would be to add another 6 houses in a very small plot, kind of more than doubling the number of houses on that road in a very highly concentrated area. So essentially you're bringing in a kind of population and housing density that doesn't suit that end of the village.
That's your interpretation. Thank you.
Well, I think it's not interpretation, it's fact that in terms of the number of houses and the size of the village, and that this is at the very edges of the village. I think those are all facts. That's not interpretation.
Yep, thank you very much. I'll take Councillor Mifferton, then I'll take Councillor Senate-Clough. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, sir, about flooding and drainage and flooding and surface water. You did mention that your field does get flooded. Is there any, do you have any historic evidence of this site flooding, and if so, over what period?
I've said that it saturates as I walk down my field to the rear garden, which I've got some geese on and some animals. I can walk down there, and as you get close to the dike, because there's a natural fall, the top surface then gets very squelchy on the top. That's my own house. Beside it in the field, I took a picture in the winter which shows the amount of water that just sits on the top of the field. And basically, when I built my own house, which Peter designed for me a few years ago, I had to stop the build at a point because the water table was so high, I couldn't even dig the footings. Because in the winter, it does come up high and it falls naturally into the dike and disperses. But at the moment, the dike is still half full. And basically, it still maintains water through a lot of the year.
So the dike does not disperse the water?
Sorry, the dike.
So water remains stagnant in the dike? Sorry, thank you. Do you mean that then water then stays in the dike and doesn't get dispersed anywhere, doesn't flow anywhere?
Yeah, the water builds up, but at the moment there's an area where I'm probably half full, going round the corner. This morning I walked down there, there's a buzzard sitting in the tree where they want to connect the pipe through, and there's a load of ducks on the dike. So there's water there now.
Okay, Councillor Senate-Clough.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, and thank you for coming along, and I appreciate that it can be a bit unnerving as you feel you're under interrogation here. But I'd like to get a balance of views. So I'm wondering what happens to the young people in the village. I'm a mother of 3, and my concern would be, are there adequate properties for my children to stay in the town that I live in? And so from my perspective, I'm wondering, you've mentioned there are a lot of houses for sale. Do people stay in the village? Are the properties too expensive for them to stay in the village? So if you could just share your thoughts about that, please.
So I'm also a dad of 2 boys. There are kids in the village, and we've got nice playing fields in the centre. There are a lack of school spaces. So people that we know with kids have the kids are sent to Little Port because there aren't enough spaces in Thomas Clarkson Secondary School for the children. So it's that I think is an issue. In relation to the environment of the village, it's a nice place for kids to grow up. It's green, it's open, and there's a nice playing field, despite the fact there are no amenities.
Thank you. Can I just come back? So do you find that a lot of the kids grow up and stay in the village?
I grew, yeah, I'm third generation in my parents' house, which was falling down, so I rebuilt and put a house on there. The reasons why I built my house, I actually advised the chief executive officer of the council because there was some comments made about my property and why I built that, and that has been explained to the executive. It was to do with a change in life and also some personal circumstances. My children have come and they've grown up. We had girls when they were about 8 and 11, grown up in Newton. There isn't actually anything really for them to do in the village. We had to take one to play, she was trampolining, which was Wisbeach. The other one was playing hockey, which tended to be in Lincoln. So in the village, there's no sports teams, assets. There's a small playing field, but I'm going to say life, even when I grew up, is quite boring, to be honest. We've got a nice house. We look after some children, our neighbours. They come over. We amuse ourselves, but basically, there's not really aware of anything that is done in the village to encourage children.
Sorry, if I can build on David's point, and I think I understand the question that you're trying to ask, Councillor, which is around families and their prospects in the village, and it's a mix. David's just explained how he is third generation, as is the applicant. I don't know how many generations, but in the village a long time, exactly. We're relatively new to the village, so there is a really good mix of people who've been there and fresh families coming in. I think the point that we haven't talked about around people, families, children staying is it's about jobs and where they can find jobs. So a lot of choices will come down, if I think about our boys, to where they find work as to whether they're able to stay.
I can just, if I may, I'm just going to get your thoughts on if villages in Fenland, I'm not just going to say your village, if in villages don't expand in Fenland, and will they not die? And the way to get more services, in my estimation, is for getting more houses there and more footfall there. So what's your thoughts on that? So if you strangle development, the question is, I'm sure there is a thing that Newton will possibly die. So your thoughts?
I'll make a few comments on that, Mr. Chairman. There did used to be a school in the village that closed. There did used to be a post office and a shop, and that's closed. So it is a chicken and egg situation. I mean, I guess if you made the village to one where there's 50,000 people, yeah, then maybe some of those businesses would open back up again. But where you don't have the scale, I don't think you can build to the scale and then expect the amenities to come when you have a designation of kind of small village. People who live in the village don't live in it because it's a suburb of Wisbeach. They live in it because it's a rural green village. And people like us who moved in do that knowingly. Just a couple of other points. There's already significant building in the village. So Newton itself has exceeded its targets by 133%. There's a lot of building that is already going on brownfield sites across the village. And we're in a very healthy position, having exceeded all of the building targets. And the second was, I think Dave mentioned it, there are 18 properties currently for sale in the village. So there are a lot of properties that are available should people want to move in already.
Thank you for that. So, Councillor Gerstner, you indicated you want to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit confused because I heard 9 for sale before and now you said 18.
Yeah, Patrick said 18. So Patrick said 18, I said there was up to 20. The additional 9 was because the planning has just been given for 9 on the high road on the same field on this site which haven't yet been built.
Thank you for that, Clement. The last question I've got, thank you, is it's a difficult one for us because your parish council has identified this as part of the emerging plan for the area, and then we were using the current plan, okay, but they've identified as part of it, it forms part of their future, okay. So it's very difficult for us to look at this when the parish council, and there was letters to support the application as well, besides letters of objection, and the parish council seems to have put quite an emphasis on supporting this application.
You can answer that, then I think probably might be time to move on. So if you'd like to just give Councillor Gerson just a quick answer to that, then we can move on. Councillor French.
Thank you. I think we're losing the plot here. We started off asking questions which were relative, and then we've gone into a history of whatever else is going on. I'm concerned about the flooding, but what concerns me more than anything else is the fact that the residents have not contacted you with regard to the discharge into your dike, into a shared dike. And that's one of the first things that you should actually be doing. But to pick up what Councillor Gerson said, there is no local emerging plan. It's gone. It's scrapped.
Gone round this time and time again. Thank you for your answers to the committee on that. So, without further ado, I'd like to invite Andrew Clark, he's the applicant, and Chris Walford and Peter Humphrey, who are the agents, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, that was quite lengthy.
Always a good debate here at Fenland, Mr. Humphrey.
This is an outline application for 6 houses. The application was submitted in November 23 and has had 4 case planning officers deal with the application. The site is in a flood zone 1, and we understand that there was a drainage issue recently. Hence, we had, and Councillor French will like this, Mr. Sharman from North Level Internal Drainage Board walked the dikes at the rear of this site to see what the issue was, and it was noted there was a blockage because a load of potatoes had been dumped into the dike. He said he would sort it, but he has to be fairly delicate because he believed it was a farmer who caused it, who paid most of the drainage rates. In any event, our site drains the other way to Mr. Pritchard. We have had a drainage strategy that confirms the site can be drained satisfactorily with no detriment to any adjoining landowners. Parish Council support this application. Clearly it's controversial, but the Parish Council are the elected members and they support the application and have done at their 2 meetings on the 21st of March 23 and the 20th of September 24, particularly with the addition of a footpath to the frontage of Rectory Road so that people can almost walk the square without walking on the road. This application was pre-BNG, so no need to take that into account. Highways consider the application acceptable, as do LLFA, North Level Drainage Board and Cambs County Council. Archaeology require an investigation. Disappointed to see the application is recommended for refusal, particularly under LP3, small villages where the policy states development will be considered on its merits, may I suggest the merits of this application are enough to warrant support. Also, Mr. Chairman, as a material consideration, during the course of the application, we received an email from a senior development officer. Could I just circulate copies of this email to members of the committee, Mr. Chairman?
You may well do. You may well do.
Thank you. I'll get my assistant to do that. So this email is from a senior development officer on the 23rd of August 24, and it quotes, "The report has been written up for approval, so just updating in terms of drainage." So that's an email from the case officer at Fenland Council telling us this application is going to be approved. Not only that, Mr. Chairman, that same case officer asked us to agree pre-commencement conditions, which we did. Why would we go through all this process and we never heard another word from this planning officer until we got the committee report last Wednesday telling us, surprising to us, it's going to be refused. I find the situation very difficult because we like to liaise with planning officers when we get conflict that we can't necessarily take what they're telling us as gospel because we've passed it on to our client who's been out and bought a bottle of champagne, Mr. Chairman, only to realise he might have wasted it because it's now up for refusal.
Shall we get back to the merits or the non-merits of the
Indeed,
application?
well, I think it is a material consideration. So clearly the application has been written up for approval. So it was acceptable at one stage, and I would request, Mr. Chairman, that recommendation is carried through by this committee.
Firstly, just say it's not a material consideration, but it's your thoughts, and obviously the officers will refute that. So have you finished your presentation, Mr. Humphreys, or would you like to continue?
Thank you.
You have done. Well done. Well, members, questions, and there are some. I'll take Councillor Mifferton first, then Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mr. Humphreys. Very quick, simple question. Why wasn't this distributed to us before now? Why are we receiving it now?
Because we didn't see the need. I thought I would bring it to you today. No problem with that as far as we're concerned.
Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Away from this, I think we need to get back to the site in question. Two questions. One, how long have you actually owned the field? If you could answer that, please. That's number one.
The field's been in my family for 80 years or more. We've grown cut flowers.
Have you known the field, especially in the area that the other gentleman had said, cause flooding issues?
As I say, it's a fairly well-drained field because we grow cut flowers and not rice.
Okay, and following on from that, and one for your agent, the previous application, as we can see, and I'm pleased it's on the projector as I brought up with the planners this morning in Chairman's briefing, we're saying about infill on Rectory Road, High Road, and this is where we probably disagree with, I believe, was an infill site as well. Now, the planners are telling me today that the 6 houses take up approximately 100 metres. How many metres did it take roughly to take up High Road as infill, please? Bearing in mind, on Rectory Road, you have one property either end. So to me, regarding infill.
From memory, without measuring it, I think the other one was 130 wide, I believe, and this one is near close to 100.
Thank you. So it's actually shorter, but they are believing it's not infill, but there's a property at either end, as opposed to the properties that were on High Road, where there was property either end as well.
Yeah, so both schemes have a property either end, so that essentially, if one's infill, the other is the same. So yeah, there's a house at either end, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor French, thank you.
Yeah. I'll ask you the question about the dike, repairing dike. Have you contacted them? The objectors say that you haven't contacted them and you want to have the dike.
No, I haven't contacted them. I contacted the drainage board because I own 30 foot of the dike I'm repairing, and I thought I only had to contact the drainage board.
Okay, thank you for that. I sit in drainage boards as well. If it's a repairing dike, it belongs to two of you, not just one. So, sorry, yeah, with regard to repairing dike, it does belong to both of you, and if one of you are going to do something, you should have the courtesy to actually contact whatever.
Can I come in there? So we're led to believe that it flows on the map, so the water goes this way, but Mr. Pritchard's bit is to the north end of our red line, so actually our water will be going down the plan to the IDB network there. That's what you had your meeting, didn't you, on site with IDB?
Yeah, it actually flows both ways, to be honest, because it goes like that.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
Right. Anyone else at all? Got no burning desire to do so, I see. No. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Members, questions to officers? Councillor French?
Excuse me. This email I find interesting. Several months ago, we had similar by another agent, and our new head of planning said it's not going to happen again. Obviously, this happened before you joined us, Matt, but this has got to stop. You cannot give officers giving false hope, and then other officers are taking it away.
I absolutely agree with you. This can't keep happening. We've had this 3 or 4 times before, and but this is not a material consideration that we need to take involved in today. This is just a guy, his point of view, the planning officer, and it says here he was leaving, so somebody else was going to pick it up. So, but this can't happen again. It's getting really ridiculous now. But thank you. No. No, right. I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect to material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand, and Councillor Marks would like to.
Thank you, Chair. I look at this application. We had the previous application for the 9 in front of us, I think 2 if not 3 times at committee. To be fair, I think we're told consistency. I really can't understand. We're told that the new application is not infill when there's a property at either end, which is exactly the same as the property on High Road, or the site on High Road, which is actually longer. So I don't see how we can't say this is infill. As we're told, we have to take it on face value, okay? But to me, and we've heard what the objectors have said regarding a Fenland village, they're on the side of the road. It's not backland development at all. And personally, I can see nothing different. And we are told we have to be consistent in our opinion. We've got the local parish council, who are obviously in the majority for it. They're the elected representatives who pass back to ourselves and to planners as well what their feeling is. So yeah, as I say, I think at the moment, I'm sorry, I personally would be for this application, not against it.
Thank you, Councillor Marks, and Councillor Benny, and then Councillor Senate Clough. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Marks. We need to be consistent, and villages die if they don't grow. Myself and Councillor French, we visited Newton, and we drove round there, and we looked, and there's been building all the way along there. You can tell by the type of architecture and the style of architecture. If villages don't grow, Doddington is a very good example of what housing development can actually bring to a village. It was going to lose its shop. It's now got 2 shops. You know, it keeps schools alive. and it brings prosperity to the town, and it brings services. I see nothing wrong with this application whatsoever. The other one's been approved on the other side, and as Councillor Mark says, this is infill, and it's a shorter span than the previous one. I see nothing wrong with this application at all.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. It's got an excellent councillor. That's the reason why, Councillor Benny. Councillor Senate-Clough, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Newton's a beautiful village, very peaceful. And I can understand and appreciate the concern in retaining that beauty, that peacefulness. And I wonder, is not a local man, a local developer who wants to build a small amount of houses better than a big developer from outside that will come along, no doubt, at some point and want to build 200 houses? At least there's a local interest in investment in the area. But I do understand the need to retain that sense of tranquility in the village. But I support what my fellow councillors have said, Councillor Marks and Councillor Benny. Yes.
Yep, thank you very much. Did you want to come back again, Councillor Benny?
I'd just like to say that, you know, people say Chatteris isn't what it was 50 years ago. Well, it's not, because 80% of the people who live there have died or moved. But they get replaced by somebody else, and that character changes. I mean, two of the objectors have already said they moved here, and, you know, they want it to stay as it is. Well, what about everybody else? It's, you know, we want to live here, but nobody else does. We can't let anybody else share this beauty that we found. And I think that, you know, it will bring, if you have the right kind of development, you bring the right kind of people, and that enhances an area. What you don't want, I totally agree with Councillor Senate-Clough, what you don't want is the wrong kind of development, and this is the right kind of development.
Absolutely right. Councillor Marks.
I have to say, I concur with Councillor Benny. Going from Maney, we are now swamped out with larger applications that, quite honestly, we know the village is struggling to deal with water and flooding, and you know what you don't want are these larger applications coming in, smaller ones like this, and we are consistent in what we are doing. We've given already just down the road. How can we then just turn around and say no, this is not infill?
And more importantly, the point, the elected members of Newton Parish Council voted, or I know, but it's a comment, voted in favour of it, and obviously they're consultees. So I know it's not a material planning consideration, but we need to take their views into consideration. So anybody else? Oh, Councillor Gerstner, still in debate, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, flood zone 1, so, you know, that's what's in the report. You know, villages, as we've all agreed, need to stay alive. And it's not impossible. The village of Coates at the moment is having a new small format supermarket built because of its development. We've seen here before at planning committee of a small shop being given planning permission in a small village in the past. There's hope for these villages. If they're let to grow and breathe, they may then get facilities come along later on. And I fully support the rest of the councillors on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Turves is a prime example of what we're talking about here. It hasn't grown substantially in the last 20 years since the Red Barn estate, and it is slowly dying. It hasn't got a shop, it hasn't got a public house, and people have to go as far as Coates and Eastry and Whittlesey to get their provisions or anything like that. So, as I mentioned to the speakers on this application, the objectors, my view, villages do need to grow. They need to grow, as far as Councillor Senate-Clough said, it needs, and others have said, it needs to be a sympathetic development. So, and I do feel that it is infill. There is a house each side. So I'm mindful of going against officer's recommendation and putting my vote towards the approve. Thank you. Anyone else at all? No? So we're going to finish the debate here. Officers, would you like to come in there? Thank you. No, sorry. I thought you must say something. Okay, sorry. Okay, well, we've actually dumbfounded you for once, I think, as a committee, have we? Okay, so now, do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission on this application? Can't see any hands up. No urgent need to do that. So obviously that proposal to go with officer's recommendation has been refused on that one. So can I have another proposal, please? Councillor Benny?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Reasons, please.
I don't consider it's LP3. It's within the sign postage of Newton, and the others are subjective reasons for do they add benefit or do they add change the environment? Yes, they do, but so does every planning application. And does it is it detrimental? In my opinion, no. It adds character to the area, and it also that if it does in any way, I feel that would be not counter argument. The balance of that would be that it adds to the sustainability of the village, and therefore I think these are just subjective, and they could be, you could argue these either way. And as I think the officers' report, as mentioned before, one of the officers felt that it was worthy of passing, and then that changed. So it's very subjective. It's probably a very borderline case anyway.
With the conditions delegated to officers. Obviously not too onerous.
That's unanimous, Chairman.
Thank you. The application has been approved. So French has held a cup up, so we'll be back by 3 o'clock, hopefully. After Joe has just found my place, I'll hand over now, without further ado, to Tom Donnelly to present application F/YR24/08990, agenda item number 7. So Tom, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application seeks outline permission with access and layout permitted for the erection of 3 dwellings and associated on-site drainage works. As seen on these images, the site lies immediately behind existing frontage developments along Westfield Road and is currently undeveloped. The character of development in the locality is generally characterised by frontage linear development, although it is noted that the land immediately northeast of the site has recently been granted reserve matters approval for development. Site layout plan has been submitted, identifying a tandem form of development extending to the rear of the site, with the drainage features located in the northwest corner of the site, and the site is to be served via an access point between 100 and 104 Westfield Road. So the top left photo shows the existing access point that will serve the development, and on the top right you can see the existing frontage dwellings along Westfield Road to the west of the access. The bottom left image shows an internal view of the site and confirming its sort of open and undeveloped nature. And the bottom right image shows the some existing storage containers on the site that are to be removed, and the adjacent outbuilding which is to be retained adjacent to the site. The application site has previously been subject to two applications in 2017 and 2021 for the erection of 2 dwellings and 3 dwellings respectively, both of which were refused. It's not considered that the current proposal addresses the previous reasons for refusal, namely that the development of the site would represent a tandem or backland form of development, which is considered to be substandard and would undermine the prevailing linear frontage development seen along Westfield Road. Further, it is considered that the proposal would result in a detrimental impact on amenities of the adjoining properties by virtue of increased disturbance associated with the access to be created for the site. And finally, parts of the site are located within flood zones 2 and 3, with the application not supported by a sequential test. And as such, it's considered that the site would be at an unacceptable risk of flooding, and therefore the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, once again. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Lee Bevans. Of course, again, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you again for allowing me to talk to you today. The application seeks approval to 3 detached dwellings on the application site. Subsequent biodiversity B&G metric would be produced as part of any future reserve matters application, and this would address the mandatory 10% B&G requirement. The officer refers in item 1.2 that the proposal represents a form of development which fails to respect the built form of this part of the village, but I would draw members to application FYR24/0635RM, which members approved, I believe, last committee for 24 2-storey dwellings immediately to the north of the site. This development goes further back behind Westfield Road and this application. I'd also refer members to application FYR23/0337F, which was to erect 4 dwellings, 2 by 2-storey 3-bed and 2 single-storey houses at land south of 37A Westfield Road, Maney, opposite the site, which was approved by FDC in August 24. Both these applications offer development behind the main frontage of Westfield Road. If this scheme is approved, a full foul and surface water drainage strategy will support a reserve matters application. The officer refers to item 1.3 to the long nature of the access. Details of external lighting would form part of the reserve matters application, and there is no reason to assume that the lighting nor the height of the dwellings will give rise to a detrimental impact on nearby dwellings, any more than plots 17 to 24 of the application for the 24 dwelling scheme would do, that was approved at the last committee. Plot 1 is over 45 metres away from 100 and 104 Westfield Road and 40 metres away from 98 Westfield Road. The properties have been orientated at 90 degrees to the houses fronting onto Westfield Road to avoid any loss of privacy or overlooking, and I fail to see how any long-term disturbance will be caused other than the limited time to construct the development, any more than the adjacent approved scheme for 24 dwellings. I've just got a handout, so the officer, I'll just pass this out if I may to members. So what I've shown on the officer refers to the application being in flood zone 2 and 3. It is only part of plot 3 that enters flood zone 2. So plots 1 and 2 are not inside flood zone 2 or 3. Fenland District Council have recently approved a number of schemes in the immediate proximity of this site, which is on the drawing that I've just passed round, and these are at a lower point than the scheme we're proposing. That includes the 4-bedroom house at Westwood Farm for Mr Cook, which was approved a few years back, 2 4-bedroom houses along Fallow Corner Drove, a 4-bedroom houses at 106 and 110 Westfield Road. As part of the Reserve Matters application, a subsequent drainage strategy, full details of flood mitigation measures will be detailed to ensure that the properties do not flood. I therefore ask members to reconsider the recommendation for the application and go against officer recommendation and grant this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bevins. Questions, members, questions, clarifications from Mr Bevins, and Councillor Marks has one. Thank you.
Mr Bevan, you were, I believe, involved in YR 20-0186F, which was the single dwelling, which you can see there by the barn at the bottom. Yep. Can you tell me roughly how far, because of the mitigation flooding measures, you had to build that out of the ground, please?
Yes, we were advised by the drainage consultant to build that approximately 2 metres out of the ground.
So how much further out of the ground will that stand compared to the ones on these 3 that are being proposed at the present time?
Well, the 3 that are proposed are not as low as the 4-bedroom dwelling at Westwood Farm. So again, the flood risk consultant suggested at the moment in his report 300 millimetres of flood resilient construction, but I don't see them being anywhere near that far out of the ground.
So would you agree they wouldn't be seen as you drive down Westfield Road, as we're being led to believe?
I would agree with that, Councillor, yes.
Thank you.
Local knowledge once again. Okay, anybody else got any more questions? Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Adam. Sorry, you did say about the dwellings being in the flood zone, and I couldn't hear quite what you said. Could you repeat that for me, please?
So plots 1 and 2 are not in flood zone 2 or 3, and as per our flood risk consultant's report, it's only part of plot 3 that's in flood zone 2.
Could you confirm, is the actual building in flood zone 2? I mean, these maps...
Part of the footprint is in flood zone, but only part of it.
Yeah, I mean, these maps are so far out of date as well, they need doing again. But I would have thought that the flood zone 3 would probably be where you put the attenuation ponds, would that be correct?
Yeah, so the biodiversity swale, etc. is in flood zone 3, yes.
Thank you very much.
That's good. Anybody got any questions for Mr Bevan? No? No, thank you very much. Members, questions to officers? No? Last chance, questions to officers? No? Okay, fine. Okay, members, I'd like you to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hands, and Councillor Marks would.
Thank you. Obviously, this is my area. I know this place very, very well. To be fair, we actually rent a shed in the next door adjoining buildings. I've seen this development. 10 years ago, you didn't have the four houses to the front as you go along there on the left-hand side. They have been passed since, as was rightly said by the agent, last planning committee meeting, we had a number of properties in the field behind, which was given, we gave. I do feel a bit on this one because we then turned 4 down the next one along. However, I was not happy the way the land usage was, and also on the access that was there, which was almost a blind access, whereas this you can actually see as you come out of that property. I'm very much, as the parish council is, in support of this application. I feel we keep going on about flood zoning. We've heard that what the agent said. I've seen what flood zoning does. Flood zone 3, Mr. Cook's property in particular, now sticks out the ground, and it just looks out of place because of the height of the building. We've given, literally, as you can see by the map being given, all these extra properties within that area, and yep, I'm sorry, I will go against officer's recommendation on this one, and I would look to pass this.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Marks. Anybody else? Yeah, Councillor Miffordin, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to, yeah, I think we keep talking about consistency when we pass applications. I remember, Chair, we visited this site a few months ago. It's quite a while ago. Took a drive down there. Not this particular site, but the Mr. Cook's property, I think we went into. And then we looked around and we saw how many other properties we've passed in the area. And I think for us to say, to be consistent, I don't see any difference in passing this property as well. Thank you, Chair.
We did indeed, Councillor Miffordin. You've got a good memory. Anybody else at all? Councillor Benny, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
We're in debate, Councillor Benny, thanks.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm in total agreement with Councillor Marks on this one. A good solid development. We also passed another building for a farmer down Fallow Corner Drove, and that had to be built six foot out the ground. But when you drive down there today, it doesn't look out of place. It looks very good. For us to say this is open countryside, I've just had a look on my phone and we can see that Glebe Close, which is well within walking distance, in fact very short walking distance, goes out much further into the open countryside than this site does. I fail to see how this is open countryside, and there comes a point where you have to build where you can build. And once again, do you want mainly filled with lots of little boxes for lots of little people, or do you want some nice houses and you know, nice dwellings? And we've passed the site that was just along here. In fact, it was next door but one a matter of weeks ago, and I think that consistency should shine through on this. So I'm in agreement with Councillor Marks on this. I think this site and this application is worthy of passing.
Councillor Marks, a second chance.
I would just like to add that as far as I am aware, and I've been on parish council now 6 years, I'm in the village for 18, I am not aware of that site ever flooding. The Darcy Lode runs to the bottom of that, and I've not seen that part of the Darcy Lode flood either. So I have no concerns regarding the flooding side of that. And I think when we had flooding in the village, that was actually to the other end, which is the Grove flew further up Westfield Road, and then down by the British Legion as well. So as far as I'm aware, that part has never flooded.
And also, if we're going to be consistent, Mateney Parish Council, I note, have no objection at all. And if we want consistency to a point where we went along with Newton Parish Council, maybe we should afford the same luxury to Mateney Parish Council. I know it's not material planning consideration before everybody looks at me and I get nudged and banged about, but I think that's where we need to take that into consideration. So we're still in debate. Anybody else want to continue it? No? No, that's it. Debate's finished. Officers, have you got anything to add or anything you'd like to mention? Lovely. So do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission? To refuse planning permission. I'm looking, sorry. Sorry, I'm just before I'm going to do it. Stephen would like
Yeah,
to
sorry,
comment.
Chair, just to remind, Matthew just reminded me that the Code of Conduct and the Constitution requires anyone to, if we've had a recent refusal, if a member wishes to propose this for approval, he or she must explain the change in planning circumstances since the last refusal.
Just remind us then when the last refusal was.
2021.
2020. So that's 4 years ago then, isn't it?
3 years.
Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right, so that's taken, yeah, okay. So that proposal obviously has failed. So I'm looking for a new proposal and the reasons for doing so. Okay, Councillor Marks, what are you?
I propose we go against officer's recommendation on this occasion. Firstly, let's deal with what has changed in the last 3 years. Very, very simply, the field above the red line has now got development. Across the road has got development, and as you can see by this, a number of properties have been given planning within that local area, including, I believe, also the house that now stands out of the ground, a long way out of the ground. So within the last 3 years, you have got a lot of development within that area. So that takes on to that one. And then we go to LPL 12 and LPL 16. Well, as my colleague keeps saying over there, this is very subjective. And at the end of the day, you know, inappropriate in this location. Well, how can we say it's inappropriate when literally behind it, we're about to put 20 plus houses? Parish Council is for it. I don't see it's going to make any difference to a street scene because you won't be able to see the properties. So they are my reasoning.
Excellent reasons, Councillor Marks. I don't think I can really pick any fault with those at all.
I feel the planning officer might be about to.
I'm just going to, I said this probably a little bit beforehand. Did you want to come in there, Stephen? You've got that look.
It's simply relating to the reason on flood zones 2 and 3. We need an explanation as to why that isn't a reason for refusal.
Very, very, very simply, we will go straight to the bottom property on the left-hand side, which is built in flood zone 3. And we put mitigation in place where we built it out of the ground. So how can we have to be consistent? We've given one in flood zone 3, which was totally in flood zone 3 from under 3 years ago. So, you know, on consistency alone, you know, that surely overrules what we're doing regarding this new site.
You may.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Probably just worth drawing members' attention to the difference between the current application and the application that Councillor Marks has referenced, the one in the bottom corner, Westwood Farm, I think it's called. If my memory serves me correctly, that dwelling was granted because there was actually a need that the committee accepted in relation to a dwelling being required on the site. And again, if my memory serves me correctly, there is actually a tie through condition of that, the occupancy of that dwelling to the adjacent commercial operation. Consequently, there would be no need for a sequential test in that instance, as opposed to this site, which does not have those sort of site-specific circumstances. So there's a sort of a fairly distinct difference between the two sites in terms of consideration of flood risk.
Right, just elaborate a bit more, Councillor Marks.
So to kind of come back on that point, so I don't know what the previous application was turned down on. We've just here flood zone 3. We've heard from the agent this afternoon that only 1 or a quarter or half of one of the sites falls in flood zone 3. I don't know what was previously put in front of us regarding flood zones and how much they were saying then was in flood zone 3. So I'm looking on face value today that we have, I'd say, a half of one property out of the 3 which may fall into flood zone 3, and we've heard previously these maps move fairly regularly anyway. Nobody seems to, and as I brought up in Chairman's briefing this morning, I asked for that, you know, and you said you couldn't do the overlay. That's down to the agent, which I understand, but we need to be clear you know, on what we've got there. We've said one property certainly is in flood zone 3. We've got flood zone 2 in other properties. I just think we need to be consistent with this.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The agent's situation is that, as you said, only half of it's in flood zone 3. It conflicts with officers' opinion. Sorry? Yeah, half one, yeah. The other one said two of them are probably in flood zone 2 and 3. It was mentioned in Chairman's briefing. It was up to the agent to look at that and to make sure that he did the proper work. And my opinion is that he has done the proper work. And also there's mitigating circumstances if it needs to be tinkered with. So I'm happy with that, really. It was put, on the agent's doorstep that he'd got to do that, and he has. And I think I can, I can relate to that. So I'm gonna actually move on from that. We've got a proposer to go against officer recommendation. Okay, so Benny, did you want to second it? Because we've really done it. Sorry.
Since you asked me so nicely, I was just going to talk a little bit about flood zones. Yeah, but to substantiate the argument, we had, I think it was in Elm, going back several years. You were certainly on the committee. We had one application that was in flood zone 1, and next door was in flood zone 2, and flood zone 2 was actually higher out of the ground than flood zone 1. These maps are best vague. I looked on the Environment Agency map this morning, and you couldn't tell from there whether this was actually in there or not from the map. And if you look at most of Fenland, it goes from flood zone 3 to flood zone 1. I mean, where is flood zone 2 in the change? Flood zone 2 is, where is it? There should be a flood zone 2 between 1 and 3, and for 90% of it, there isn't a flood zone 2. So it must be a very, very small difference in terms of level. I think that, and all this flooding is based on the fact that if every measure was, every pump in and drainage measure was turned off, which is never going to happen. We live in one of the safest and places in the country because of the drainage system we have here. So okay. I don't see the difference between flood zone 1 and 2 being a difference on this one.
So I think thank you for your input. I'm quite happy with that, really. I said I'm quite happy with the agent's, his explanation, and so I'm happy with that. So we've got a proposal from Councillor Marks to go against officer recommendation to approve this. Councillor Marks has proposed it. Have I got a second? It's Councillor Benny. So with conditions given to officers that are obviously not too onerous, we all say that, don't we? So can I have a show of hands? Sorry? Yeah, I'm happy, but if Councillor Benny wants to see the conditions, and Councillor Marks most certainly does, I'm happy with that. I'm happy to leave it to you guys to.
Yeah, I'm happy to have a look at them. I mean, they usually find the conditions.
I'm happy for Councillor Benny and Councillor Marks to look at that. I'm quite content to leave it to them. So I'm looking for a proposal of hands on that one.
It's unanimous decision, Chairman.
So that application has been approved. Thank you. So now I'll hand over to Tom again to present application FYR 25/006F, agenda item number 8. Am I right? Yeah, I am right for one.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application seeks full planning permission for the erection of one self-built dwelling on land south of Horse Creek Farm, Colden Bank. The aerial photograph and location plan show that the site is in an entirely rural location and is currently used as a paddock for the keeping of horses. Development in the locality is limited to a residential dwelling to the far south, separated by further paddock land, with Horse Creek Farm located immediately to the north of the site, comprising of various buildings used for the associated equestrian business, with a further residential dwelling immediately north of this, which appears to be associated with Horse Creek Farm also. The submitted site layout plan identifies that the dwelling will be set back in the site and will be served via a new access point from Colden Bank, with boundary treatments provided in the form of new hedge planting. And the proposed elevations show a two-storey dwelling with a front projection to provide an integral double garage with office space provided above. The dwelling is 4-bed in nature, and the proposed pallet of materials comprising a mix of timber and metal cladding throughout. The top row of images show the existing highway running along the frontage of the site, with a view of some of the complex of buildings at Horse Creek Farm shown, with the bottom row of images showing the current condition of the site, with the site and surrounding area used for the keeping of horses. So by way of summary, the site is located in an elsewhere location with insufficient justification provided that the proposal is essential for agricultural purposes. Further, the development of the Greenfield site would result in an adverse landscape and character impact, and is accordingly recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We have one set of speakers on this application, and I would like to invite Mr. Deptford, he's the applicant, and Shana Jackson, the agent, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. The proposal is for an occupational dwelling for the applicant, Mr. Deptford, and his family to reside in. The dwelling is required for Mr. Deptford to be on site 24/7 to be able to maintain the local drainage system within the area. I'm here with Mr. Deptford, who will talk to you in a moment to discuss the need for the proposal, which addresses the first reason for refusal. The second reason for refusal relates to visual impact and the perceived harm to the countryside. I'd highlight to you that this is somewhat subjective, given that the dwelling is proposed to be located next to the existing buildings. Set against this backdrop of these buildings, and within a small cluster of development, I would argue that the dwelling would not cause visual harm to the character and appearance of the countryside. The third reason for refusal relates to flood risk. Given that there is an essential need for the dwelling to be in this specific location, and that it will facilitate the maintenance of a local drainage system, and that an acceptable flood risk assessment has been provided, the proposer passes both the sequential and exception tests. I'll now pass you on to Mr. Deptford.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'd like to provide some background to the application and our business and the reasons we believe we need a dwelling to support this business. We are a 4-generational farming business. My son has recently returned to the business to ensure this keeps going. We've recently expanded our farming operations to approximately 890 hectares of owned, rented and contract farm land. None of this land has any available housing. We've farmed the land where the proposed dwelling is since 1942. It was originally 3 farms which my grandfather put together. It had several dwellings on the farm. Indeed, up until the 1970s, there were 5 houses on the farm. During the 70s and 80s, these are all demolished as they were badly built and suffered from significant subsidence, so there is a history of housing on the farm. Apart from the fact we have a sustainable ongoing business, we are finding that due to expansion, the demands to be on the farm in person have increased significantly over the last 4 or 5 years. For example, we have over 150 lorry movements per year, loading and unloading produce, together with numerous stores which require constant checking, together with all of the issues relating to theft and trespass, particularly hair coursing. One of the main reasons I need to be located on the farm is that we have a private drainage board. This is one of only 6 in the whole of the middle level, and ours is the largest, with 340 odd hectares, which drains our land and small parcels of land next door. The farm is drained by a single pump, which, like many in the area, is approximately 70 years old, and like many of these pumps, is becoming increasingly more demanding to maintain. This is particularly relevant due to its age and changing weather patterns. Due to increasing demand in winter months, it in particular requires daily weed cleaning for up to an hour a day, and vigilance in case of breakdown, as water levels now can rise extremely quickly. A breakdown of the pump would be extremely concerning. An example of this was during this winter, when the pump broke down. There was a Sainsbury bag got blocked in it. How it got there, I don't know. And it necessitated installing 3 diesel temporary pumps to control the water until the pump was fixed, which took 4 weeks. During this time, it meant me visiting the farm 4 times a day to deal with the temporary pumps and check the water levels were not rising significantly. So I was at the pump at 5 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the evening, throughout the Christmas period, which was not a particularly pleasant Christmas. This is a job which requires a degree of expertise and knowledge which I actually have and not many other people do. The implications of a major breakdown are obvious. Flooding of my land, some of my neighbours, and together with a loss of income that would involve for both of us. In summary, I think we can demonstrate an ongoing commitment to farming in the March area. We have a viable, multi-generational farming business, which is a new generation involved for the future, and an ongoing need to be present on the farm, both for business land and drainage management. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy, for your presentation. Regarding the drainage, how much water do you think you pump off there within a season?
In terms of volume, actually, I couldn't give you a figure, to be honest. It's a lot. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I personally agree. I mean, in the old days, your pump is 70 years old. Most pumping stations of 70 years old had a house connected to it because they had a full-time pump man on site. So I can see the necessity to be there. Thank you.
I mean, years ago, there used to be a diesel pump there, and we used to have a man sitting there all night, running the pump, basically. Obviously, it's electric now, so it's changed, but yeah, there's obviously demand still there for it. So.
Yeah, Councillor French.
Mr. Deptford, can you tell me, excuse me, what you actually farm now? Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Mr. Deptford, can you just answer Councillor French's question with your light on? So can you just give us an answer?
Yeah. Okay. So it's we're growing wheat, sugar beet, beans, peas, oilseed rape, mustard. So there's a full range of sort of normal, combinable arable crops.
So my question is, before I bring in Councillor Benny, where do you live now? Where do you reside now?
I live in the middle of Wilmington.
So that's quite a distance then, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 20 minutes every journey, so I'm doing that probably, when the pump broke down, I was doing it 4 times a day, so it's an hour and a half, 2 hours a day, basically driving backwards and forwards. And during a normal sort of farming day, it's at least 3 or 4 times a day. Actually, I'm going backwards and forwards. I'm doing nearly 30,000 miles a year, just managing local farm, basically.
Do you want to come in, Councillor Benny? Then I'll bring in Councillor Marks.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Deptford. Sorry, I've never met you before. Is your brother Michael? I'm Michael. Oh, you are Michael.
Sorry,
right,
yeah.
Okay.
I have a brother called David.
Right.
Who has the horse business, which is completely separate from this business. So
that's okay. So long as I've got the family connection, I know what your farm is.
Okay,
That's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify before I speak on anything else. Thank you.
Councillor Marks.
Can I just ask, how much farmland do you actually farm around that? Yes.
Again. Yeah, sorry, there's a block of 670 acres there, and there's a further block about half a mile down the road of about 200 acres.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for Mr. Deptford? No, thank you very much. Thank you, Shana.
Thank you.
Members, questions to officers? Councillor Senate Clough.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm questioning why this was put out for refusal when potentially couldn't there be an agricultural clause put on the building rather than just straight out refusal?
Through you, Chairman.
Absolutely.
Yes, that could be the case. However, the policies at both national and local level require there to be a demonstrated essential need for an agricultural worker's dwelling on any site. Unfortunately, a lot of what has just been put across to the committee wasn't actually within the application submission. So because of that lack of information, that lack of demonstration of an essential need, that's why you've got a recommendation in front of you to refuse the application.
That's very disappointing then, to be honest, because as I said, with the information Mr. Deptford and Shana Jackson has just given us, there might have been a different recommendation and not sent this been before us. But there we go. So, Councillor French,
That's a good point.
you can, and I'll bring in Councillor French then.
Thank you, Tim. Just to piggyback on what David just said, I'm just going to repeat what you normally hear me say 2-3 times. The committee, members, what is given to us at committee verbally should be given significantly less weight than is provided formally as part of an application that officers are allowed to assess, allowed to summarise and provide within the officer's report with some level of commentary on. You've heard me say it before, but as always, members, please give appropriate weight. Thank you.
I'll bring in Councillor French.
Thank you. Quite often there's lots of information we don't get until the day. I mean, I've known the Deptford family for many years, and yes, they are proper farmers. They're not just people playing at it. I think with the information that we have got, I think a favourable approval would be successful.
Any more questions to officers at all? No, I don't think there's any. I'm going to ask you to debate the item in respect to the material considerations relevant to the application. Councillor French, and you'd like to kick it off,
yes,
then Councillor Benny next.
Yes, thank you. With listening to the information that we've had from Mr. Deptford and Ms. Jackson, I think, this application should be supported. I do sit on 11 drainage boards. I do know the problems that the drainage boards do have with their pumps, and quite often the chairman of the drainage boards are out in the middle of the night as well. And I know a lot of the drainage board pumps are old and need a lot of money. And as you well know, FDC pay a precept to middle level to keep us from flooding, and last year it was £2.4 million. So if we've got another private drainage board that they're doing it themselves, I can fully understand why he has to be closer.
Yeah, relevant. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, the reason I wanted to make sure that I got the right Mr. Deptford, and I apologise there, was because I know the size of the farm that you've got, and also the drainage board. I'm aware of that. It's a shame this didn't come in the application, but part of this committee's job is to take into account local circumstances and local knowledge. And in view of that fact, I think this application should have a recommendation to approve, although I take on board what the head of planning has said about if the information isn't given, we can't look at that. But this is a case where, as committee members, we should be putting our own personal knowledge into this kind of thing. And I think, if a drainage board, you need to be on there. I mean, the water levels can rise so quickly as they have. It would be unreasonable to ask Mr. Deptford to be sleeping down the fen with nowhere to hide when he lives in Wimbledon. So I personally feel this is an application that should be supported.
Councillor Senate Clough.
Thank you, Chair. We had a similar application last August in terms of the lack of information that was provided for an agricultural dwelling, which was on Paget's Road, Christchurch, which we approved. We received more information during the meeting, and so in terms of consistency, I feel that sometimes we have to think about previous applications and how what decisions we made, and sometimes when the agent's putting an application in, certain information, I mean, they're a local, obviously very well-known farming family, and there might have been an expectation that we knew more than we did about the family. But I still, I feel that we need to be consistent, and an application was approved last year, which was very similar for an agricultural dwelling, so I support this application.
Yep, good. Councillor Marks?
I think, totally agree. I think there's another couple of things here. We see horses in fields. I take it the gentleman has livestock as well, and also security foresight, which we haven't even mentioned yet. We know as things have gone on. We recently in Maney had the hare courses come through there. Again, you know, it gives that added security to the site. One thing I would say, though, to be fair to the officers, is they're not mind readers. And the agents need to be putting more emphasis on why these issues are, you know, why people need to live in this type of environment. I feel it's a bit unfair, you know, the poor officers bring it to us and then they're getting told, well, you know, at the end of the day, it should be for the agents to tell officers, you know, at the start, not leave it to come into committee.
Absolutely right. I mean, you know, Mr. Deptford made a really good presentation, and he really told the committee what this is all about and what it really needs. I didn't know Mr. Deptford lived in Wimbledon. He could have lived 200 yards up the road for all I know. So that's and I know they're a respected farming family gone back several generations. So I've got no qualms of disbelieving his presentation to us at all. So I'm very much minded to support this application. Thank you. Councillor Marks, got anything else to say?
I've just come back on that. Yep, I totally agree. However, as we spoke about earlier in the chairman's briefing, you know, officers do need at times to do their homework, and it is a bit unfair when they're literally presented with this afternoon. Maybe this would have not even come to us. With the information that Mr. Deptford gave us today, had they already been in receipt of that, it would save officers time as well going forward. So I really do hope the agents who are watching this will take this on board.
Absolutely, we said that earlier, didn't we? But we are where we are, so this is where we are. I don't think there's anything else to add to the debate. I think I can see where this is probably going. Officers, debate's closed. Officers, have you got anything else to say? No? Okay. So I'm looking for a proposer on this application, please. Who would like to? Councillor Benny, what was your proposal?
In view of where I see this is going, I'd like to propose we go against officers' recommendation and approve this application.
Would you like to carry on with the reasons or some reasons?
Yeah, I mean LP3 building in the open countryside. There's no point building it anywhere else but here. The need overrides the policy. And again, LP12 and 16, very subjective. You can't move the flood zone, you can't move the internal drainage board. So, you know, we've got to take the dwelling to where they are and the need for this, and in view of the local knowledge that I think most members have of the Deptford family here. We know we're not having the wool pulled over our eyes. This is a genuine case, and therefore we should do our duty as members and approve this application.
Yeah, and keep us all safe. Right, so we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this application with the conditions.
Mr. Chairman, shouldn't you do it the other way round? Officer's recommendation first.
Well, yeah, officer's recommendation, okay, but we know where that's going, don't we? So have we got an officer recommendation to refuse this application? Who's going to put the hand up? Saving a bit of time here, Councillor French, but obviously it's not taken into consideration. Anybody going to do that? Now we'll go back to the cut price option. Councillor Benny has proposed to approve this application against officers' advice. So who's going to second it? You. So Councillor French is going to second it. So can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
It's unanimous decision, Chairman.
Sorry? With conditions attributed to officers, yeah? Okay? All happy with that before we move on? So, without further ado, I'll hand over to David Grant. He's the Senior Development Officer here at Fenland to present application F/YR23/0914F, agenda item number 9. So, David, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Agenda item 9 is a full planning application on land north of 3 Wimbledon Road, Doddington, for the erection of 9 dwellings and alterations and extensions to 3 Wimbledon Road. Of the 9 proposed dwellings, 6 are to be single-storey 3-bed bungalows, 1 is to be a 2-storey 4-bed dwelling, and 2 are to be 3-storey 5-bed dwellings. The existing access is to be altered and extended to facilitate the proposal. Since the completion of the officer report, a further neighbour objection was received on April the 1st. A large number of the concerns that they have expressed are already within the report. However, an additional concern was expressed with regards to a pond with newts to the front of 3 Wimbledon Road, having recently been removed to the front of the site. As you can see on the display, the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photographs. The site is located on the northeastern side of Doddington, between 2-storey dwellings at Beach Avenue to the west and a single-storey bungalow at 1 Wimbledon Road to the east. As can be seen on the aerial image, the site contains a large number of trees, especially around the site boundaries. The site is within flood zone 1 and has historically had the benefit of outline planning permission for 13 dwellings along the northern section of the site and the side and rear of 1 Wimbledon Road to the east. The site layout plan shows the proposed access road route with a turning head at the north end of the site between units 6 and 7. The bungalow at 3 Wimbledon Road to be retained and extended is located at Unit 1 towards the site frontage at the east side of the access road. 3-storey dwellings are proposed at Unit 7 to the north of the site and Unit 8 to the northeast of the site. A 2-storey dwelling is proposed at Unit 9 to the south, at Unit 8 to the south of Unit 8 in the northeast corner. The remainder of the new dwellings on site are to be single-storey bungalows. The following slides show the elevations and floor plans of the proposed units on site. The first 2 slides show how Unit 1 at 3 Wimbledon Road is to be extended and altered. The next 2 slides show the proposed bungalow at Unit 2 on the opposite side of the road to Unit 1, near the frontage of the site, which, as you can see, is different in design to that of the existing bungalow at Unit 1. The next 4 slides show the elevations and floor plans of the 3-storey dwellings at the northern section of the site at Units 7 and 8. Finally, the next 2 slides show the 2-storey dwelling at Unit 9, which has been reduced from a 3-storey proposal to seek to address local planning authority concerns. Now we come to the proposed street scenes. The next 2 slides show the proposed street scenes within the site and how the proposed dwellings relate to each other. Now for the site photos, photo 1 at the top left-hand corner of the image shows the fence at the garden boundary with 3 Wimbledon Road. The area to the south of this fence adjacent to the dwelling is well maintained, with the area to the north of the fence largely overgrown. Photos 2, 3 and 4 show the northern, eastern and western boundaries of the site and the trees and bushes that border them. Photo 1 on the next slide shows the western boundary with Beach Avenue number 18 visible beyond. Photo 2 shows the rear again of 3 Wimbledon Road, with photos 3 and 4 at the bottom left of the slide showing visibility to the west and east respectively from the site access point. Photo 5 shows the existing site access and the frontage of 3 Wimbledon Road. In summary, this application seeks full planning permission for the erection of 9 new dwellings, as well as the alteration and extension to the existing dwelling on site at 3 Wimbledon Road. Due to their prominent position and visibility, as well as the substantial massing, design and scale, the proposed 3-storey units at Units 7 and 8 are considered to appear incongruous and dominant in the street scene, to the significant detriment of the character and visual amenity of the area, while the extended retained bungalow would also visually clash with the rest of the development. This would result in a poor standard of overall design within the development, failing to make a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area, enhance its local setting, respond to and improve the character of the local built environment, and reinforce local identity. This is contrary to policy LP16 of the local plan. Additionally, it is considered that the development would result in the material overlooking of the private amenity spaces of Units 3 and 6. This loss of privacy, combined with the overlooking between the units in the development and the poor outlook and light ingress to rooms within the units facing the eastern boundary of the site, would result in an overall poor quality living environment for the future residents, and if permitted, the development would be contrary to policy LP2 and policy LP16E of the local plan, as well as paragraph 135 of the MPPF. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Alex Bateman. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Afternoon, thank you for having me. I do have, as you'll see, a presentation to talk you through. To give you a brief history of the site, as was explained, there was outline plan permission on site and for the neighbouring site for 13 dwellings. We did submit a reserve matters application, which was closed to determination and approval, but had to be withdrawn due to the option expiring, I'm afraid. It is important to note that actually three-storey dwellings were actually proposed on our part of the site in the top left-hand corner. So actually where our development is down to single-storey, 3-storey units were proposed in that earlier scheme. We had positive meetings with the appointed officer back in summer 2024, where we were going to go to planning committee, but it was postponed due to the need for additional ecology surveys. The planning officer subsequently left, and we had a new planning officer who was less supportive of the proposals, but I have to admit we had a positive meeting in December, which concluded a positive route forward. Therefore, it is a surprise to us that there is a recommendation for refusal. To show you some examples of my client's developments elsewhere, in Doddington, he is well known within the area in terms of developments, and these are 2 schemes which have now been sold. So just to take you through the officer's report, I won't read it through verbatim, but essentially the first point is that it does remain in principle supported, which we are pleased to see. But turning to some of the detail, there is a comment there regarding the 2 3-storey units of plot 7 and 8, which are considered to be significantly at odds with the scale. It's a real shame because that wasn't the conclusion at our meeting in December, which I've included my bullet points there. Of Unit 7, the rear 3-storey, no issues, was the conclusion at our meeting. Unit 9 should be a 2-storey dwelling, stepping down to 3-storey for Unit 8, which is what we embraced in that revised scheme that you see before you. The applicant made those changes, but suddenly Unit 7 does have issues, which we were not made aware of. And the stepping up nature from a reduced 2-storey Unit 9 is no longer acceptable. This is incredibly unjust and disappointing given the conclusions at that meeting. Turning to the next point, we talked about the location of those dwellings at the termination of the development at the northern end. As I mentioned earlier, within the reserve matters application, there are actually 3 3-storey units in that same location, albeit our 2 single stories are in that location now. Again, it was a great shame that wasn't what picked up in our meeting at all in December. It was actually embraced that the position that we chose those higher units, because essentially it meant the development stepped up as you went through the scheme itself. You may note from where you may have done a site visit or driven past the site, there's quite substantial vegetation at the front of the site, which essentially hides the single-storey units, and you go through the scheme to the bigger dwellings behind. There was certainly no mention of bland and featureless elevations, which is a great shame. And of course, through conditions, we can deal with materials to develop the scheme further if you wish. Turning to the bungalow as the next point, there were concerns about the extensions to the existing bungalow, again, there was no mention that the extension itself was the issue. It was more about how it read with the rest of the development. Because we're extending an existing dwelling, there are limitations to what change we can make to make it blend through. So we looked at the render colour to bring the dark grey through with the rest of the development. And it's also worth noting that the existing bungalow already has a first floor. There is already a dormer window. So we're only proposing one additional dormer window to the development. And it's also worth noting in planning that it's better to use an existing dwelling and extend it than to demolish and replace it for no good reason. Turning to the cohesive design, we did include, we made up a 3D image, which you'll see on the next slide, which is taken just outside Unit 10, just to show you how the development progresses through from single story to 2 and then 3 story at the back. We were, as I said earlier on, embraced the position of the taller units because essentially there was no impact on overlooking of neighbours. They weren't overbearing at the front of the site, but actually opened up to the countryside behind. Turning then to potential overlooking from 20 Beach Avenue that was quoted in the report. You'll see on the next image that is a photograph taken from the rear garden of 20 Beach Avenue, and on the other side of those trees will be our single-storey bungalow. And the next image taken from there is from the garden looking at the other dwellings in Beach Avenue overlooking the rear garden of 20 Beach Avenue. Again, they're 2-storey and we are a bungalow. The next image is the floor plan, the first floor of 20 Beach Avenue. There are no side-facing windows, and the nearest windows to our boundary are 2 obscure windows, the bathroom and the ensuite. Oh, goodness me. Turning to 6 Beach Avenue, all I've done include another image there for you, just showing the vegetation that's existing between Unit 6. Just on to the next one. And I will finish with, apologies, the variety of rooms concerned. If we can go on one more, I do apologise. The variety of rooms on the eastern elevation are essentially secondary kitchen, utility, and garage doors. So concluding points, which I'll finish with, is the fact that we did have lengthy positive discussions, and actually this conclusion and recommendation was complete odds to that meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being so prompt. Members, questions, clarifications, Mr. Bateman, please, and Councillor Senate Clough has one.
Thank you, Chair. Because of obviously the time constraints, it was, you went through that. Yes, exactly. Could you go back to the slide where you were quoting the officers? Because I just want to get some clarification if you could go back to... Oh, right, okay. The quotes from the officers, back further. There was a page, go back again and again. Yes, this one. So the third paragraph down, where it says Unit 7, no issues, Unit 9 should be a 2-storey. Are those taken from written reports that you receive, written communications?
So we came to your officers here, had a meeting with the planning officer, and they were our concluding points that I sent to the officer to confirm this was a reflection of our meeting, and that's confirmed that's a reflection of our meeting.
So paragraph 3, the words in paragraph 3, you haven't received, these are your notes, not the officer's notes.
That's correct. So I made those notes because I put them in bullet points. It was quite, to be fair, it was an hour and a half meeting.
Yeah.
So I sent over about 25 bullet points. These were included in there, and that's where I went.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that your notes, not the officer's words. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got any more questions at all? No, thank you very much. Moving swiftly on, members, questions to officers? No? Oh, you have, Councillor Gerson, thank you.
Thank you. Well, again, unfortunately, on this one, we've got something similar to what happened before, where the applicant's been given some sort of verbal attempt to engage with the applicant that gives them an indication that their application is positive. We don't have any proof of that at all, but again, as with the previous one, it's getting quite concerning. This is the second time it's happened today. Thank you.
Sure you've got an answer to that one.
For you, Chairman, I think the agent has said that the quotes given there were his notes of that meeting. I think it's fair to say, to perhaps coin a phrase, recollections may vary as to the meeting, because I think a note that I've seen that the officer took from that meeting was slightly different in respect of the three-storey properties. I think as well, as was indicated earlier, notwithstanding what may or may not have been said, in terms of giving advice on the application, ultimately the information within the report, the judgments, the sort of conclusions that are within the report are the material issues which members need to consider, and kind of what was or wasn't said earlier in the application process is to a degree irrelevant to the committee's consideration of the application.
So, just for clarification, because I'm not at these meetings and neither am I, applicants that come along should not be given, surely, any indication whatsoever during the pre-planning process of whether or not the positivity of the application may be approved.
David?
Through you, Chairman, as I indicated, well, starting sort of from a different point of view in terms of answering the question, clearly as officers we have discussions with agents, with applicants as part of the pre-app process, indeed sometimes as part of the application process. Any views given within that are an officer view only, and this is commonly accepted practice, that any advice given is the officer's view only, will not prejudice any future decision of the council or indeed any future recommendation that is made. As I've indicated, sometimes instances do happen. I'm not saying that's what's happened in this case, where advice is given and subsequently the recommendation changes for whatever reason that may be going forwards, but ultimately that is not material to the determination by the planning committee of the application. The issues which there's an officer recommendation, which is kind of the only bit of officer advice that really matters to the committee, is what's within the report and the recommendation that's in front of you. And what may or may not have happened in the process of getting to that point is not, basically it's not for the committee to really concern itself with almost.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Yes, relevant points, Councillor Gerson. Anybody else want to? Councillor French. There's two officers, Councillor French. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I fully understand what David's just said. It is an interpretation. I know it's a difficult job for the officers because we're told get one side written down here and then we're told something else. I think this application, apart from the couple of little bits, I think this application should be referred and these 2 points redesigned.
I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect to material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand. And that's Councillor French, would you like to say anything? Sorry? Yeah, you have moved. I've been watching you. Sorry?
I mean,
okay.
Yeah, again, I've listened to what David said, and he's absolutely right. It's really none of our business what happens behind the scenes. It's, you know, their professional information that they, or opinions that they give. But I still state, I think this, it looks quite a good application. Apart from a couple of little tweaks, I think it could be approved if deferred.
Debate, everybody. Anyone want to add to it? Councillor Marks.
I think we've been here today already. I look at this. I think it was a Chapterist one where it was granted back in 2009. Back in 2004, and then again in 2018. We're at 2000. We're in February 2019. We've got an application. Yes, it's got a couple of questions we need answering. You know, is it worth refusing it, or should we just defer and bring it back for the extra information? And I think, again, you know, it is a case of just a deferral.
Councillor Benny.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, according to the report, This application must be determined by the 9th of April. We can't really defer this one.
Well, we could if we asked the agent if he'd given an extension of time.
Yeah.
We could only verbally, we couldn't get it in writing at this particular time, could we? But we could, if that was the council's decision, I could ask the agent if he would give us an extension of time. But anyway, we can go further. You can actually sit there and just say you will or you won't.
Yeah, we're very happy to engage offers. We'll continue to do so. So we're been talking all that until now, so we're very happy to do that dialogue. So we were happy if we extended the
Good. So just for the record, you will happily give officers of extension of time if we defer this afternoon for further information. Absolutely. Good. That's all we want to know. Right. Thank you for that. Still in debate. Nobody's got anything else to say, have they now? Okay. So I'm going to close the debate. Officers, anything that you'd like to add to it?
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, my assumption is in relation to further information is in relation to more of a redesign of the scheme to look to challenge the 2 reasons for refusal. All I would say is obviously they are quite significant changes to the scheme. I think looking at the application form quickly, it doesn't look like the applicant entered into pre-application discussion. And it obviously be quite a dangerous precedent just to take a position that every scheme that was unacceptable we would allow significant changes to. We've had discussions in this room here around both committee and out of committee around matters such as this. An applicant has the right to come and find out all the information they need before they end up in submitting an application. And generally, I'll be honest, in Fenland it's quite a low percentage that do. Once an application is submitted, there is no reason for us to engage in any conversation at all. And, to be honest, I've been in situations as an officer where, to point earlier, where I might have actually been quite positive to a scheme to an agent when I've looked at it fairly early on. By the time I've come to the recommendation, I'm recommending refusal. That's got nothing to do with anyone else's influence. It's just as the lifetime the application goes through. Obviously, we are here with a recommendation refusal. I can hear members relatively supportive of the scheme, but so are officers. But the point is, I would advise is that we shouldn't be looking just to every time there is an application with, a couple of issues in relation to design or overlooking etc. That we just always allow another iteration of the scheme, because obviously that is a cost to the council, and that cost is shouldered and burdened by our residents, because there is a cost for this application fee, and that was for the application to be submitted and to be assessed. We've provided meetings during the process. We've already allowed iterations and changed the scheme. So professionally, I would advise members they should determine it as it is and allow the applicant to enter into pre-app so that we can drill into these concerns and overcome them. Then hopefully bring back a new application for members that, with a positive recommendation that doesn't even need to come to committee, hopefully. Thank you.
I think to say in a minute, I'm going to bring Councillor French in now.
Sorry, yeah, I've listened to you, Matt, and yes, you've got a valid point. If you're saying it is significant changes, I'll take your word for that as you're the professional officer. So the question I'm going to ask, if the committee refuses application, can they resubmit the application on a free go because the application will be significantly changed? You're shaking your head no.
Through you, Chairman. The opportunity for free go was deleted in, I'm going to say it was December 2023, I think, roughly, off the cuff. But yeah, the government have taken away that option now. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, yeah, okay, Councillor Marks, and I'll come in then.
So the question to officers then, we've got a granted, albeit out of time, application for 13 dwellings. We're now down to 9. Okay. Surely if this gentleman said, right, okay, we've gone for a refusal, he then appeals it. Surely then the inspector is going to say, well, hang on a minute, why have you turned this down? On what merits? And surely we're getting into a very dangerous area there where we might pick up costs.
It's not a material consideration, but it's a moral consideration.
To be fair, we're saying cost isn't a material, which I do agree. However, the officers have also mentioned, oh, if we go the other route, then it's officers' time being taken up, which again is cost to the residents. So we're in a no-win situation.
Yes.
Just to come back on Councillor Marsh's point, so the application site that you're referring to was actually larger, so it encompassed part of this application site and the property next door. So essentially, it was a different site, a different development. I think because of that, the precedent that would set in terms of unreasonable behaviour to be subject to costs would not happen. Essentially, ultimately, we wouldn't be looking to recommend a refusal to you if we felt that there was any way that couldn't be sustained at appeal, and certainly that there would be costs liable as a result of that.
Can I come back on that, please? So just for clarity, we're now saying when you give site planning history, that if it was double the size, you would still tell us this was the same site. Because I read it, that this is the site. Now, all of a sudden, we're moving the goalpost slightly and saying, well, it was a lot bigger development. To me, when I first read this, it said 13 dwellings. I thought, well, that's great. The applicant has come down to 9. Now, all of a sudden, we're saying the site's actually shrunk as well. But it doesn't actually say that anywhere.
Sorry, if I may, Chairman, through you. Yes, that is included within the site history, because obviously the fact that there have been dwellings permitted on part of the site is a consideration. The background section to the report does explain that permission and does explain how that permission was arranged over a slightly different site.
Suppose we've heard what the agent has said. Would you, if we did defer it, would you be happy to re-engage with him to bring this to a timely conclusion? Yeah, I'm just asking you.
Through you, Chairman, if the decision of the committee is to defer the application for us to work with the agent, then we will work with the agent. I think the agent's indicated that he or his client would be willing to engage. So, you know, so we would try and come up with a mutually acceptable scheme.
So I'll finish. So thank you for that. So deferring is my preference if there is going to be one. Well, obviously there's going to be one. So the agent has said that he'll work with officers said they'll work with him. We'll work with him. There'll be no appeal. It won't affect the figures at all, which I always like figures and I like them in the ascendancy. So I'm more than happy to defer it because we're still in debate. For me, now up to you, Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, deferring it is one thing, but since the officers seem concerned about officer time and planning fees and everything else, we have also got an application which to me looks very sound right in front of us. We could determine this today. And as to the overlooking, from the pictures that were on there, and from when myself and Councillor French visited the site, I personally don't see that this is hugely overlooking, if at all. Every application overlooks somewhere in some way, and the fact that it works its way from a single story to 2-story to 3-story, it's just a different type of application. And who says that's right or who says that's wrong? You know, we've had a lot of what could be and what has been and what could be. I mean, you know, we're here today. We've got an application in front of us which we could determine. What do members think of that one?
Well, I do, and I've made something that I made earlier when I stuck the scheme. As I say, I'm the local member for Doddington on this on Fenland and am till May on County Council. So, and I used to live in Doddington, so I know this application site well. And this is something I made earlier. The design and mix of the scheme and 2-story properties, there isn't a reason that this is unacceptable in principle. I think there's a variety of heights in the scheme and the similarities in the property and designs, and it appears to me it's a harmonious development, a good design. The distance of over 10 metres, in my opinion, would generally mitigate against overlooking. Not ideal, but it would mitigate against that. The non-habitable second windows, they can be obscured glazed to mitigate harm. You know, not that a shortfall on one or two windows and the closeness, boundary treatments and a few windows is enough to refuse it on. So that's what I made earlier. My opinion. So Benny.
Yeah, I agree with your comments. Wherever you build, you're overlooking at somebody. If somebody built across the road or next to me, they're going to be overlooking. You know, in terms from the pictures that we saw, I mean, would it help the committee if we had the pictures back up from your presentation? And let's have a look at those.
I don't think it's incongruous. I think it's a well thought out scheme, to be fair. The three bedroom houses are furthest away, aren't they?
I think that this is out of the norm of what we normally have at this committee. We normally have a consistent row of boxes. We've got somebody who's actually put a lot of thought into this, and it is a good solid application. I think a little bit more interaction between officers and the agent, or a little bit more time maybe would put it right. But if it's a significant change, we have got a solid application in front of us, Mr. Chairman. That wasn't the pictures I was looking at. I mean, they're just illustrations, but there's the actual photographs of where the overlooking took place. There was one from the back of 22 Birch, whatever it was, showing the thing. I think we're going too far, Mr. Chairman. Maybe not. Yeah. I mean, looking at that, that was the photograph. There was that one similar. I mean, I can't tell how far back where that photograph was taken from, but that is no worse than a lot of other applications that come in with properties that bound up to each other. And from what I remember, unless I'm wrong in the application, this was a bungalow. The overlooking is going to be to this bungalow. Well, that's, you know, if somebody wants to buy it with that, and you know, that distance looks more than 10 metres to me in there. I just think I think we've got an application here that is solid to refuse this.
Yeah.
I think when maybe a little bit more work could have been put to conclude this in a more favourable manner, but just to turn this down out of hand, I think is a bit harsh. Do you think?
It's very harsh because I don't whether the committee believe or agree with what I said or not. I think there's some relevant comments that I made in there. To be fair, you know, I think it's a good application, solid application. Well, but I'm quite happy to listen to anybody else's. You've been patiently waiting, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Interestingly enough, there has been 3, 6, 7, 8 objectors' letters, none of whom, if they were concerned about overlooking, are here today. Which, if I thought my property was going to be overlooked, you know, I think I would be here today at least stating my case. We've had none of that today from anybody when we've had other applications with one property and somebody saying they're being overlooked or whatever. So I think we need to bear that one in mind as well. You know, and there are letters of support for this as well. It's a real difficult one.
In debate, and we're giving this a good airing. I just don't think we can go too much further unless anybody's got anything else to say without reiterating it. No, I'm going to close the debate. Officers, you haven't got anything to say? Okay, so I'm looking for a proposer. And the proposer is to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. So have I got a proposer on that? No, that has absolutely failed. Now, can I have another proposal, please? Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this application. Looking at the reasons here about the overlooking, I don't consider that from what we can see and from what I've looked at on the site plan as well, that the overlooking is significant. I think the agent maybe could tweak one or two of the windows maybe, which he suggested, which would be a minor amendment rather than a major amendment, which would fit in with officers' way of thinking, which they've confirmed. Yeah, and I think that could be resolved, and I think this application should be approved.
You can.
So through you, Chair, I think just to clarify a point that Councillor Benny's made for the committee's benefit, is that essentially if the application is granted at committee today, we don't have any powers to require any further amendments to be made. A non-material amendment is a sort of it would be down to the applicant to do sort of voluntarily, and given that they've got planning permission, why would they?
Carry on, and then I'll come in.
Sorry, then David, if I can come back on that. So therefore, if we went and put this on hold for them to come back, one thing you were saying is, on a deferment, it's going to take a major thing to change what they're wanting to do. In the next breath, we're saying it's minimal, but we're saying we can't get them to do it. Surely if we then, if we're all agreed it's a minor change, we're better to defer for a meeting or whatever for them to come back with that. You know, the way I was listening to what you were saying previously, major change to me was moving properties around land and all the rest of it. If it's just minor change, then surely a deferral is better. You know, if you're saying we can't condition it, if we grant it, and we've got to, you know, hope that the applicant is honourable. Surely, if we want to, but if we want to give that guarantee, then surely we go for a deferral with these minimal changes.
Well, anyway, so
through you, Chairman, it depends on the scale of changes. I mean, I think earlier when we were talking about possible deferment, we were talking, well, the tone of the conversation seemed to be around sort of looking at resolving the reasons for refusal, which would obviously involve the redesign of properties so they weren't 3-storey, perhaps 2-storey, maybe looking at some of the overlooking issues and trying to address those. Whereas now we seem to be saying that in terms of Councillor Benny's proposal, essentially 95% of the development is acceptable, but there could just be some tweaks to some windows, so that the kind of the scope of discussions with the agent applicant seem to have changed from where we were earlier.
Fine, but I was just going to remind everybody, we've had a proposal from Councillor Benny, and I think maybe now it's time to go and see where we are with that, where that proposal leads us. Councillor Benny, a short time ago, put a proposal forward to go against officer recommendation to approve this application with
Let me clarify my position, my proposal. Since we seem to be in a hole and it will come down to a vote on whether my proposal is acceptable, my proposal is that we go against officer's recommendation and approve this application. I do not consider the overlooking bad enough. There are no objections on overlooking grounds, and therefore that is my proposal. If the proposal fails, then we'll look for another proposal. How does that work? Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. So we've got a proposal, Councillor Benny, to go against officer recommendation. Have I got a seconder? Oh, I'll take you then, Councillor Mifferton. I'm quite happy to do that. So can we have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
That's unanimous, Chairman.
That application has been approved with officer delegation with officers, and I personally would like to be involved in that. I don't know if anybody else would, but I certainly would, bearing in mind, you know, it's my patch, so to speak. Yep, thank you. Okay, so I'll now hand over to David Grant once again to present application FYR 25/0124. It's a PIP application, agenda item number 10. So David, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a permission in principle application for the erection of up to 3 dwellings on land north of 6 Fallow Corner Drove in Mainey. The permission in principle route has 2 stages. The first stage, or permission in principle stage, establishes whether the site is suitable in principle and assesses the principal issues, namely 1, location, 2, use, and 3, amount of development proposed. And the second, technical details consent stage, is when the detailed development proposals are assessed. Technical details consent would need to be applied for should this application be granted. As you can see from the above slides, the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photographs. The site is located on the southern side of Mainey to the rear of a 2-storey dwelling and a row of linear development along Fallow Corner Drove. As can be seen on the aerial image, the site contains a large residential garden with a number of established trees along the site boundaries. The frontage of the site is within flood zones 2 and 3, with the existing dwelling and rear garden in flood zone 1. There is no previous planning history on this site. Next we come to the indicative site plan, which shows 3 dwellings served by an access road that runs adjacent to the western boundary, close to an existing drain, and a dwelling to the west named Hilltops. To facilitate this access, 2 garages on site that serve 6 Fallow Corner Drove would require demolition. Now to the site photos. Photo 1 shows the frontage of 6 Fallow Corner Drove. Photo 2 shows the western frontage boundary with Hilltops. Photo 3 there shows a detached garage to be demolished to facilitate access. And photo 4 shows the proximity of the proposed access route to the existing drain on site and Hilltops to the west. On the second page of site photos, photo 1 in the top left shows the western rear boundary and the rear elevation of Hilltops. Photo 2 shows the established tree line marking the rear boundary to the north. Photo 3 shows the rear garden of 6 Fallow Corner Drove and the trees along the eastern boundary. And photo 4 shows the rear garden looking toward the rear boundary to the north. So, to summarise, this application seeks to confirm whether permission in principle is acceptable for land to the north of 6 Fallow Corner Drove. The scope of permission is limited solely to location, land use and amount of development. The proposed development is for up to 3 dwellings on land to the rear of 6 Fallow Corner Drove in an area which is predominantly frontage residential development. By virtue of its backland nature, the proposed development would be discordant within the existing core shape and to the detriment of the character and appearance of the area, and would create a precedent for further backland development at sites within the similar area. The proposal would therefore fail to comply with policies LP12 and LP16D of the local plan. In addition to this, the site lies in an area at high risk of flooding, and insufficient justification has been provided to demonstrate that the development of the site is necessary in this location. In this instance, having regards to national policy which seeks to steer development to the lowest area of flood risk in the first instance. As such, the proposal conflicts with policies LP14 of the local plan and Chapter 14 of the MPPF. Thank you.
Thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Matthew Hall, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. As the officer said, this is a PIP application to try and establish a principle of residential development at this site within the growth village of Mainey, which complies with policy LP3. This is a small development. Listening about flood risk this afternoon and what's been said, none of these properties are in flood zone 2 and 3. They're all in flood zone 1. All of the parking's in flood zone 1. All of the gardens, the turning area and the swale is all in flood zone 1. The entrance to this site, it's an existing entrance, is in the flood zone, and that's not changing. The existing property what's on site would still be left with a 40-metre long, which is 120 feet long garden, which is over half of that plot area would be left to garden. So access to this site is going to be improved to be 6 metres wide for the 4 properties, and there are no objections from highways. It's the front section of this access that's in a flood zone. It's in a flood zone now, as are nearly all the properties down Fallow Corner Drove. All their accesses are off here, and that's what's in a flood zone at the moment. A driveway, that's not changing. So as the officer said, there's mature vegetation about the northern boundary of the site, which abuts where I understand a 100-house application may be put forward. So we abut that site, and that vegetation is within our ownership. So you wouldn't be able to see this development from the north or really see it from the street scene, in my opinion. Within the officer report under 10.1 it states the principle of development is acceptable under policy LP3. Looking at the map on the screen that I submitted, there's adjacent approvals here. This site, in my opinion, is not in isolation, and the application earlier that we saw, the driveway, the long driveway to that site, is just in the top left-hand corner. Some of the adjacent approvals here, the one shaded in green of Westfield Road, that's properties extend well back there. There's 5 of them from the frontage development. That was approved, I think, under delegated powers. The one in blue we did, that was approved under delegated powers. There were 3 chalets there which are built out and a bungalow, which they're about 80% built out when I went there about 2 weeks ago roughly. Then obviously you've got the site which was a brownfield site, the site hatched in orange, where there's 20 plus houses approved there. And right next to the entrance to that site, we saw an application in February at this planning committee that was deferred, that was in a flood zone, properties extended back. That was recommended for refusal by officers, just like this one. That wasn't frontage development, that extended back in a flood zone. And that was deferred. So you look at this site, in my opinion, it's not in isolation, and none of the properties are in a flood zone. You look at other places in Maney, you know, some of the other places, applications, they're in flood zones 2 and 3. This site isn't. They've got a long driveway similar to this site. The bin lorry would be able to access this site because we've done that check when we drew this out. Can't really be seen from the street scene, similar to this site, and is set behind, well behind, an established line of dwelling. So the site here, in my opinion, is not in isolation when you look at the map on the screen. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Mr Hall, questions, clarification of officers? Councillor Marks.
Good afternoon, Mr Hall. Mr Hall, Fallow Corner Drove. As far as I'm aware, apart from the area there shaded in brown, which was the new development, which is an estate, there is no other back garden development until you get way past the new properties and you get past FJS. There's no other properties. So a good half a mile, would you agree?
I'd probably say about a third of a mile further on. Is there anything between this site and the site you're on about? No, I'd agree. When you look at this site, instead of going the direction you're going, you go, if you like, to the left on the plan, you can see there are other areas that do have that, but the direction you're going, no, I would agree, yeah.
Sorry, I'm going the direction of Pearl's Bridge. Yes, so, and you are saying, if you head to Westfield Road, you believe there is back garden development there?
There's areas, you can see off Westfields Road and this large estate, as you call it, off Fallow Corner Drove, where development has been allowed in the back, yes.
No, I'm just clarifying Fallow Corner.
Going your way to Pearl's Bridge, I would agree, yes.
So basically, as per the parish council who have objected, there is no back garden development along that stretch of road.
Going out to Pearl's Bridge, yes. I agree, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for Mr Hall? Yep. No. Hold on. Oh, hang on a sec.
Sorry, Mr Hall. Just one further question. on 1.6, it says furthermore, insufficient justification has been provided to demonstrate that the development of this site is necessary in this instance, having regard national policy. As I understand it, this site was bought fairly recently by the occupants who are now looking to do this, and there has been a fair amount of social media, including the applicant themselves, requesting that we back this was backed by the village, as they didn't like the area, from what I understand, and therefore were looking to dispose of the property.
Two answers. One, I believe they've owned it probably for less than a year. Yes, they're quite recent, as you said. And the other bit you brought out of 1.6 in the officer's report, that deals with flooding, which we also saw on the previous application in Maney. None of these properties are in a flood zone. So, yes.
Sorry, I didn't bring up flooding. I just brought up the reasoning for the property, and now the justification of the extra properties on site.
Where you said about 1.6, that's just what I'm reading. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else at all before we let Mr. Hall go? No. Last minutes? No. Thank you very much. Members, questions to officers, if you've got any? No? No questions to officers? Okay. Now we'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Maney. So I speak sort of like being the local councillor. I did attend the parish council meeting. When this application was discussed, obviously I heard what's been said. I've seen on social media what's been said since. And really, I agree with what the parish council are saying. It is back garden development. There is nothing else along that road that even goes anywhere close to this. Yes, we do have Lavender's Mill, which was the area that was shaded in brown, but that's a whole development. This, and I'm sorry to say, having read this, I just feel this is somebody who's trying to benefit by knocking down a garage, building 3 houses, and likelihood is they will be away from the village, leaving us with yet another properties there that really don't fit into Maney. So I'm sorry, but I agree with officers. I think they've got it 110% right, and I'll be backing them on the refusal.
Yeah, I'm going to come in. I don't know their intimate details and don't want to, but it's clear to see. And I've travelled along there no end of times. This is backland development. There's just nothing there. Look, you can see by the red line, red ring square around it. It's backland development first, second, and foremost. So I think the officers have got this absolutely right. Taking personal issues aside, I can't support this. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I feel that the oracle of all knowledge in Maney, if it's not good enough for him and it's not good enough for the parish council, I think that's a good enough reason to turn this one down.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak before I bring the debate to a close? No? Right, officers, have you got anything to say? Okay. Looking for a proposal then? Councillor Marks? Oh, what do you want to do, Gav? Okay. Oh, okay. So we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. Councillor French has proposed it, seconded by Councillor Marks. Can I have a show of hands on that? Are you with us, Sid, or?
Application is refused.
Yeah, the application's been refused. Thank you, Joe. Now I'll hand over to David to present application. Oh Lord, oh goodness me.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application, an outline application to erect up to 7 dwellings with Matters Committee respective access involved with the demolition of existing outbuildings, formation of it.
Sorry,
Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Marks has got a declaration.
I'm terribly sorry, but the gentleman sitting there in the middle, I recognise as the postman for Maney. So I don't know you personally. We have spoken in the past, but just so we were clear for transparency.
Noted. So, Councillor Gerstner, you weren't present, so okay, that's fine. So can we just make a note of, obviously you're brilliant, Joe, so you have Councillor Marx's comments, Councillor Senate-Clough and Councillor Gerstner will be taking no part in this agenda item. Thanks. If you don't want to move, you don't have to. If it's a lot of trouble for you, you're going now, so you're on your way. Sorry, David, would you like to continue your presentation?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so this is an outline application to erect up to 7 dwellings involving the demolition of existing sheds, formation of a detention pond and associated drainage works at Mayflower, 12A Westfield Road in Maney. Draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect of this item. No doubt members will recall that this application was actually originally presented on the 5th of March Planning Committee meeting when it was members resolved to defer for further details on surface and foul water drainage and highway safety. But just to refresh members' memories, the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It's within a fairly substantially developed part of the village. And the site is garden land attributed to the house dwelling 12A Westfield Road, which is a single-storey dwelling set back from the road. Indicative site layout plan is shown. The plan illustrates detached properties with both attached and detached garages. The application commits matters of access and denotes that the development will be served by a central sort of private roadway with turning head with improved access where it meets Westfield Road. The existing dwelling is to be incorporated into the development and will be accessed via the same roadway, and an existing pond on the site is intended to be enlarged and utilised as a detention basin. And then we've just got a series of photos. So photo 1 is the existing entrance into the site from Westfield Road. Number 2 is looking northwest from the existing driveway across the site. 3 is looking north from the existing driveway across the site with 12A to the right in the image. Number 4 is the existing pond within a sort of a tree cluster on the site. Number 5 is looking west from near that pond, sort of across the site. And then number 6 is looking west from near the dwelling across the site. So to pick up on the sort of changes since last month, so the application was deferred to address several specific issues, and the responses from the relevant bodies are set out within the reports. Essentially, we've prepared you an update report with the original report attached. These are summarised on the screen, but essentially these are not considered to raise any issues which would affect the conclusions set out within the original report presented to members. So essentially, Anglian Water have been consulted, middle level commissioners have been consulted, as have the Highway Authority. None of those have come back with any substantive objections to the application. As indicated, the conclusions of the previous report therefore still apply, which are in summary that the application seeks outline permission for up to 7 dwellings. The existing dwelling is incorporated into the development, and the application remains acceptable in accordance with local and national planning policy, subject to the imposition of the relevant conditions or for further information to be submitted during the reserved matters stage. Consequently, the recommendation is to grant outline planning permission as set out within that original report. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you, David. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Savage. He's an objector to make his presentation to the committee. Sorry, Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to declare, which I didn't do earlier, I do know Mr. Savage. He was a year older than me at school. No, he was a year younger than me at school.
He can't be that old.
Get that way round. And also 25, 30 years ago, he was a subcontractor that did some work for my main contractor, but other than that, and since that time, we have no dealings, but I just wanted to clarify.
I suppose that leads me into a slight declaration at all. I knew Mr. Savage many, many years ago. I think we did many, many years ago, but I've had no contact with Mr. Savage for, I don't know, must be nearly 50 years, I suppose. So probably that could tell us anything, but I just want to make it a note for the thing. But sorry about that, Mr. Savage. 50 years is a blooming long time, isn't it? Probably more than that. But carry on with your presentation if you're not too shaken. You can. So when you're ready and nicely seated, you can start. Put your microphone on and off you go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to speak today regarding this application in front of you. My name is Tommy Savage, whose property backs onto this land. I have been in business for over 40 years and lived behind this property for 30. My main work is groundwork and drainage. I believe this application in front of you today should not be passed due to the following reasons. As a joint landowner with the Fox family, the applicant has not sought my permission for any drainage or surface water to cross my land to connect into the pipe in the middle of the field as shown in blue on the map in front of you. Neither have they sought permission from the dike owner of the Darcy Lode, which this pipe from the field discharges into, and which I maintain. I agree that the applicant may have permission from the local drainage board. However, to get the surface water to the drainage board system, they have to pass over 3 landowners' property, and the IDB drain only starts 2 large fields away, which is approximately half a mile from the applicant's site. As you can see from the attached form, the Mr. Fox email, other than he and I are the only other right of way is for the users of the public footpath, and there is no mention of any third party owner. So again, permission needs to be sought from myself, and to date, no contact from the applicant has ever been received to me. My concern is, without a robust drainage strategy, this could follow in a number of recent flooding issues, not only in the local area, but also elsewhere in Mainey, to cause further flooding issues, not to only my property, but to neighbouring ones, including Cox Way, which borders the site and was developed approximately 5 years ago. When doing so, a dike which runs adjacent to the applicant's site was filled in and not piped, causing surface water to be retained not only on the site, but also filling the local network to the dike on the road beside my property, causing flooding. My other concern is that further to my recent application on my own land, I was requested to put in a holding pond by planners on site to evaluate any flooding. By allowing these 7 properties to be built, it could affect my site, causing flooding issues to my own properties. The agent who is representing this application, Mr. Hall, was my agent when representing my application to the committee approximately 2 years ago. and particular attention was given regarding the issues of the potential flooding to my and surrounding sites. I strongly request that this application before you today, and now you having been told that no permission has been given by myself as a landowner, that this application should be refused. I also believe the application fails to demonstrate a robust drainage strategy, which, if permission is given, is most likely to cause further flooding issues, not only to my property, but also surrounding area. And I would like to highlight the other locals, including Mainey Parish Council, who are elected people of the village, are also not happy with this application to be granted, and number one reasons was flooding. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Savage. Members, questions to Mr. Savage? You know what you've got to do. There will be some, no doubt. Can you turn your light off, Mr. Savage, please? Thank you. I'm being very polite to you. Councillor French, then Councillor Benny. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this information, Mr. Savage. So what you're stating, there's two other owners, Mr. Fox and yourself. Has the owner contacted you at all, asking you if they could go into your dyke? Not at all.
No.
But there's, in the report it says that Mr. Fox has. So I'm assuming
Yes, Mr. Fox has, but I haven't been contacted.
it's not a legal agreement at this stage for
No.
Mr. Fox. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Savage, I know from knowing you that you do a lot of groundwork.
Yes.
From what you've told us here today, the discharge from this site has got to cross your land to get
It's
to
got across part of my land and Mr. Fox's, as well as a farmer's down the bottom.
If that cannot be achieved, is that likely to cause flooding to your property?
Yes.
I understand from what you just said that Mr. Hall did an application that was for you, and you had to do some quite serious drainage work there.
Yes.
Could this interfere or override that?
It could, if it's not been done by the proper people to say that that water can discharge off there. There's no, the pipes that they want to go into, it's not even on a map. Tom, Dick and Harry could have put it in. Can it cope with the water? How big is the pipe? Nobody knows.
Okay, thank you.
Serious considerations need to be made here. And Councillor Marks, you've indicated you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Savage, flooding in Mainey, as we know, is a nightmare. Councillor French has been involved with flooding in Mainey as well. We had a Christmas where I was up through the night with the fire brigade bailing various areas out, including an area very, very close to this field. Regarding the dyke you are saying has been filled in at the back of Cox Way, was that piped?
No.
So the water from there is basically running off Cox Way onto where it at the moment is
Yes.
running into that field as well.
There is a big flood issue at the minute on that actual property.
I went to the Darcy Lode when we've had two, if not three, flooding issues. It is owned by a farmer. It is not owned and by the IDB or the middle level, but that pipe takes the water to the bottom where it then goes through a culvert which backed up and flooded previously. Would you agree that?
Well, the next morning after this flash flooding what was in Maney, where I'd been lending pumps out to pump water out of people's gardens because it was going in the houses, I was contacted and I went down there the next day and cleaned the whole back of the dike out to get rid of the water from the high street. So I do know a little bit about it.
Okay, and the follow-on question from that is the extra 32 houses that are built behind, are now being built behind the pub. That, you came to a drainage meeting, or you came to a meeting, an open meeting that was held, I held regarding the concern of flooding in Maney. And my belief is, and can you confirm, that that is also water that is going to enter the Darcy Lode before this pipe, that is the next discharge pipe for this site?
That has not actually been connected in the road yet, but yes, there is planning permission approved for that to be connected in there, and all them 36 properties will be coming in that same dike. Can it cope with it? Can it take it? Nothing's on paper to say it can, and I think it's about time that we made a stand and said this dike can't take no more until it is surveyed properly.
Thank you.
Oh, right. Very interesting, I have to say. Well, any more questions for Mr. Savage before we let him go? No? All right. Thank you very much for doing that and filling us in with some very important information, I think. Anyway, so moving on from there, I'd now like to invite Mr. Cliss, he's the applicant, and Mr. Hall, of course, he's the agent, to make their presentations to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Do you want me to go first? Yes. Thank you for letting me speak today. I listened on video to the last meeting and felt I'd like to speak today. The thing I'd like to speak about is the history of flooding and the history of the site. Or the history of flooding in the vicinity. So in the report it says there appears to be a history of poor drainage and localised flooding in the area, most of which is unsubstantiated or has not been formally reported. I'd go further than that and say it's not only unsubstantiated, there is no evidence for it whatsoever, in my opinion. I was born at 12A Westfield Road 62 years ago. I played on that field at the time when I was a boy. My dad made the whole garden into a football pitch. And we played there throughout our childhood. And I guarantee you 100%, rain never stopped play. We played right through the winter. The whole of the site of 12A Westfield Road does not flood. It doesn't even get surface water. I still have a football pitch for my two boys on it, and we've played every weekend right through the winter. There's been no water at all. So when I heard Councillor Mark's remarks about his intimate knowledge of the site, I was nothing short of horrified, to be honest, because I've known the site intimately my whole life. And I live there. And I've lived there since my mum died 3 years ago, which is the reason we're selling the property. And all we're trying to do is literally maximise the estate. As infill, we are surrounded on all sides. When we were there were no other houses anywhere, on either side, behind. And so I'm just, I'm a little bemused that this application has been highly recommended and then was deferred because of this so-called flooding issue in the area on the site. And of course the other one was, and I just would, it may only sound like it's my opinion, but I do have this intimate knowledge of a lifetime of being on that site, and it's never been an issue. I would comment on the highways, but the highways report this time, last time it was positive, this time it's even more positive than before. So it seems like the only objection would be on drainage. The pond was always on site, it's natural, and so it naturally drained the field. There was one, so 60 years ago, there's a natural pond. In the 70s, my dad dug it out. His friend got his JCB and made it 3 times as deep as it was. That has always adequately drained the site. Now, of course, there'll be increased runoff with the development, but on the plan, the swale, the drainage base of the pond will be extended to twice its size as a, what would we call it? I guess you'd call it a flood, what would you call it? A short-term storm collection, so that if there was very heavy rainfall, then that would be adequate to collect all the water. And then what Mr. Savage is referring to is the attenuation of that being drained over very slowly over a long period of time down to Darcy's Load. I just hope that you'd agree with the planning officers who have recommended this for approval from the beginning. And I apologise to Mr. Savage. I didn't realise that that this would interfere with his, go over his land at all. That's the only reason I haven't asked you. I had no idea of that. I thought it was just going to go along the public byway and then across Paul Fox's, which we got permission for. That's the only reason I haven't spoken to you. That's all. Thank you.
Right. So, members, questions to Mr. Hall or Mr. Cliss? And Councillor Marks has no doubt got one.
Yeah. Mr. Cliff, sorry, never met you before. I spoke on this last time. I will stand by what I said 3 Christmases ago. I actually had to have the fire service at 11 o'clock at night to a property adjacent to that because of flooding. We couldn't get rid of the water. And after that, when we had everybody, Anglian Water, we had a big meeting about it. A number of residents, even of Cox Way, also said that they had flooding issues to backing onto your property. On the other side, my daughter actually had a horse in the field just down Dairy Road, and we had to take the horse out of there because of, or one of the reasons was because of flooding on that field. And there has been water in that ditch for a period of time or runoff onto that side of the road. And when we've previously have discussed applications down at Dairy Road, one of the things that was brought up was regarding that ditch by previous councillors who actually visited site as well, because they were concerned because we wanted to have pull-offs. My concern is we have a dike that's been filled in, okay, and we have nowhere for the water to go. And there is definitely water there. Sorry, I will stand by that. So I really cannot, and having heard what the parish council have also said, they weren't in favour of this due to flooding as well. I really find that unless there is a solution, until that solution comes forward, I will not be supporting this application. I'm sorry. But, sorry, what I should say is, when that pipe was filled in, with that ditch, was that on your land, or was that then on Cox's Way land? It was Cox's Way land.
It was Cox's Way land, yeah, because the hedge, the dike was the other side.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
Do I reply to that?
Yeah, absolutely you can.
I'd love to. The only thing you've talked about in terms of flooding is nothing to do with the site, is it?
Sorry, where the water comes from is to do with the site, surely.
On earth do you know the flooding issue in Cox's Way comes from our site? How would you ascertain that?
When we had Anglian Water, Cambs County Council, who came out with the Environment Agency and had a meeting on site all the way down Westfield Road, we established numerous places where there was issues why the water wasn't getting away. One of the things was also the drainage towards the Darcy Lode. So that was, with Cambs County Council, we had lots of people out after the flooding meeting. We had a lot of people from Cox's Way and the rest of Westfield Road giving what was going on. And one of the highlighted areas was this area.
When you say this area, sorry, am I allowed to reply? I just feel I need to reply because nothing specific has been said about the site at all. You're only ever referring to adjacent, not the site. Is that correct?
As I've never walked onto site, however, it is blatantly obvious with the ditching around it that's got water. The water hasn't come from anywhere, and it hasn't come across the road as such. So the water retention, and again, we had the same when I believe Mr. Savage put his application in previously, there was concerns regarding flooding. So, you draw your own conclusions. Putting houses on there is surely going to make matters worse.
I'll try and answer. And I'll pick up on some of the things that the previous gentleman sat there said. On a lot of jobs, well, that's not quite true. On most jobs, we get land registry plan, which anyone can buy, etc., as you'll know. And we had to look where our boundaries are. Historic maps, had it surveyed, had to look where Mr. Fox, who Mr. Savage referred to, where his boundaries are, and where the byway is, stroke public footpath. And we had and I've got evidence of that, not here, had a good look at that. There is, in my opinion, and he will disagree, nothing that we could find that shows between Mr. Fox's land, its byway, public footpath, etc., which obviously you'll know, and our site that shows that Mr. Savage owns that or has a right, etc. And if he's got someone, we'd be more than happy to have a look and engage. That wouldn't be a problem. We'd be more than happy to. But I've never been given that. We've never been given that. Obviously, he doesn't like me, so he's going to give me that. Cheers, thank you.
Take a couple of minutes to peruse that.
So just staying on that. So when we put the application in and worked with the officer who's given us an excellent service here, we served what I call a certificate C. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong here, where we put an ad in the paper, similar to what we've done on other sites down there, because the actual byway, as you'll know, yes, Cambridgeshire County Council maintain the surface or whatever, but no one really knows who owns the byway, etc., etc. And on land registry documents, don't show who owns the byway. Now, with what Mr. Savage said about the pipes we're connecting into, the one that goes across Mr. Fox's field that you referred to, that's an Anglian water sewer, and that's 600 mil diameter, so we do know what we're connecting into. The drain was filled in, not completely. The ditch was filled in, I completely agree. But we're showing to put a pipe to connect onto that, onto the main sewer in the third-party land, which we've got approval for, in principle. With the actual pond on site, as Tim has said, yes, there's a pond on site, a feature. We're enlarging that to hold all the water on site, then slowly attenuate it, a greenfield runoff way, because that is what we've been asked further along Darcy's Lode. Further along, we have been asked by middle level, and I have emails to prove that, not with me today, but we've been asked to attenuate that, a greenfield runoff rate, into Darcy's Lode. That's why the pond's got to be made bigger, etc., etc. That's what they've been asking us on other jobs down Westfields Road, attenuated at greenfield runoff rate. Here, I can't see the middle level are objecting. We'd be more than happy to engage with Mr. Savage, but the land registry where we've done our homework doesn't show he owns that bit or someone owns that. It doesn't show that. It shows us the route from our site, byway, third-party land, and that's what we've gone to. Served a notice. We've heard about ownership issues with land before, which officers may pick up on. So I'd like to think we've done our homework. If he has got a plan, we'd be very happy to engage. No problem at all. Hopefully that answers the question.
We're going to bring Councillor French in now, then perhaps I'll have a question afterwards.
Thank you. There is a public right of way there, and you're saying you don't know who owns it. It's Cambridge County Council, and the person you need to contact is Mark Peck. If it's public right of way, it cannot be built on.
When we've done other applications down, I'll call it the byway, the old dairy, we're in possession, I think, of emails from there saying it's a byway, public right away, as you said, Cambridge County Council, but we've got it on some emails where they don't know, yes, they maintain the surface, etc., but they don't always know who the owner was. They were consulted by officers during this application. It's always showed since day one to put that pipe under there, but we've had no objections. Yes.
Can I come back? Thank you. I'm not an engineer, but I do know a lot about flooding. And I will concur with Councillor March. Yes, we've been out there with flooding, that we've had it many times. So, according to Mr. Savage, you cannot move your water to Darcy Road without crossing Mr. Savage's land. Is that correct?
That's what Mr. Savage said. The homework we've done on land registry doesn't show the route we want, doesn't show that he owns any of it. Now, if he's got someone, we'd be happy to have a look, but when we've done our homework on land registry, it doesn't show that. So, I'm a bit stuck, sorry.
Difficult. Right. Anybody else want to ask any questions of Mr. Cliss or Mr. Hall? I'll just say, I think just to finish it up, I think before 1981, I think it was, you didn't have to, land registry would have no idea that you didn't have to register your land with a land registry before 1981. So if that land was in Mr. Savage's ownership before then, and I haven't a clue whether it was or wasn't, it wouldn't necessarily be on the land register, just to make things clear. Okay, so thank you very much for that. Oh, you just want to come in there, Ken?
Yeah, question for Mr. Hall. I mean, have you got a robust drainage strategy that's been surveyed that proves that this water can actually get away from there? And you've got the right size piping and everything is in place to make this work? Because if there's not, then it's an incomplete application.
So with the application, we submitted a drainage strategy because it's an outline application, indicative. Houses could be houses, bungalows, different sizes. So was there a detailed drainage strategy submitted showing this size pipe to this property, fall, etc., manholes, etc.? No. So with an outline, flood zone 1, no history of surface water drainage on the Environment Agency's flood map. That's what we had. Nothing's been raised by officers or anything. Did we have a detailed one with pipe sizes and everything? No. We had some calculations based on the sizes of the houses we'd done. Obviously, it's permeable block paving, size of the swale, what it would take to get to the actual manhole in the third-party land. Yes, but if it's approved, they could change the house sizes. That would all need to be redone. So, did we have a detailed one submitted with it? No.
Did you want to come back?
So the answer is you haven't done one.
Yeah. That's
the
yes,
answer.
Correct, yes. Yes.
Okay, that's the answer. Councillor Marks and Councillor Miffordin.
No, sorry, I think to be fair, you've answered that. What I was going to ask you is, having come to the last meeting where we asked for further information, to be fair, you have come back with the IDB, who have also acted regarding the local drainage board, but you know, we still have this no man's land that we still can't get through.
After it was deferred at the last meeting, which is on a Wednesday, I think it was on the Friday morning, I spoke to the officer. and explain, obviously it's been deferred, Daniel was here. Is there anything else that we need to do? Is there any other changes we need to make? And I asked after my understanding, which she said to me they'd had a discussion, she'd had a discussion with Mr. Rowan, they're going out to various other consultees, which she's done. At that time, there was nothing else asked from us that we had to do for this application. So, yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can agree that the second point here is the issue of drainage. I just wanted to ask, following on from adding to Councillor Benny's question, apart from the actual drainage surveys and reports for the actual site, according to Mr. Savage's remarks, has there been any surveys done of the actual discharge channels, if those channels will cope?
So, where the pipe across the third-party land discharges into Darcy Lode, yes, we've got the fall of that, the diameter of that, and the position of that. We've surveyed between that. Have we got detailed pipe layouts for the actual site, diameters, etc., etc.? No, we haven't. Yes, we know where the pipe goes, diameter, where it discharges to. It'll have to be a greenfield runoff rate, otherwise the mid-level just refuse it. So we have done some surveying work, yes.
But we don't know if it will cope, do we?
Because it's an indicative layout, no.
Just for me, I just want to finish this up. I think it's inconclusive. Mr. Savage says he owns the land where the pipe's got to go through, so he's the third party owner there with Mr. Fox. So it's inconclusive who owns the land, and I think that's something that we need to address. I know it's not material, but it's what it is. But no, we're all still do not know, do we? That's the top and bottom of it. It's not material, but we still don't know. We're still back in blind. After 20 minutes of going round in circles, we're no further forward. So I think I'm just going to say thank you very much for that, Mr. Cliss, Mr. Hall, because we can no more further questions or help this go any further. So thank you for that. So members, I'm going to ask questions to officers, if anybody wants any questions to officers. Councillor French is first. Thank you, Councillor French.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, we did defer this last month. The questions we asked regarding flooding have not been addressed at all. I didn't know anything about Mr. Savage's land because I don't know many very well, but I did visit the site. The last time I visited the site, that ground was wet, regardless of what Mr. Cliff said. The first time, which would be about, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, whatever it was, that was definitely wet. We've always been told you cannot approve stuff if it's going to cause flooding further down the road. This hasn't answered the questions we asked the last time, and reading Anglia Water, it looks like surface water is also going into the sewage. I am not happy with this application at all. It's not addressed the questions we asked, and I personally will not support it.
Anybody else want to add to the debate? Councillor Marks, thank you.
I think, yeah, I've heard what Mr. Cliss has said, and, you know, he and I obviously disagree from what I've seen, or I believe I've seen. I've had the fire service out there one night pumping out properties nearby. There is a flooding issue within that area, whether Mr. Cliss says it's that land or whatever, but by putting extra property on there without a robust plan, I just think we're going to be causing ourselves more problems in Maney. And I'm sorry, I can't support this until we see a proper, robust drainage plan. If that comes forward, then I will, you know, again, look at it. But at the moment, I'm sorry to say, I will not be supporting this.
Okay. Anybody else want to add to the debate? I think I'm not going to mention too much. I think I primarily agree with Councillor Marks and Councillor French. So anybody else got any more before I'm going to close the debate? And I'm going to close it now. Would you like to come in, officers, and say anything? Yes, he says.
Yeah, through you, Chairman. I mean, ultimately, the issue of who owns a bit of land, whether that is the applicant, whether that's Mr. Savage, whether that's another person, is not a material planning issue. You don't have to own. Sorry, apologies. This is probably teaching members to suck eggs a little bit, but you don't have to own land that you make a planning application on. And ultimately, if the application were to be granted today, that's a matter that the applicant and any other landowner would basically need to sort out separately to the planning process, probably paying solicitors quite a bit of money to resolve it. So I think that's the first thing that members need to sort of be reminded of, I suppose. In terms of drainage, this is an outline application, as Mr. Hall said. You wouldn't generally expect to see a fully detailed, fully worked up drainage scheme for the reasons that he's set out. You would expect there to be sort of certain basic principles to perhaps be agreed, which largely seem to have been accepted by Anglian Water, in that they're saying that their surface water sewer has got capacity to take the flow. It seems as though the IDB are satisfied that the relevant flows can be potentially delivered into their sort of water course. So as it stands, I'm not really seeing any substantive reasons why the application couldn't be granted with the recommended condition, which would then secure a further detailed drainage scheme sort of down the line with the reserve matters application. If members are not sort of satisfied with the application and are looking to refuse it, I would sort of strongly caution against that in terms of the likely success of defending that appeal. And going back to an earlier discussion around costs, given the comments that we've got, given the evidence that we've got, I'm not convinced that an appeal would not be subject to an award of costs against the council. I don't know whether the legal officer may want to add to that at all.
I will bring in Steve, and then I'll add to my comments if need be.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, through you. I agree with the comments from David Rowan that I can't, having heard this debate, I won't go into the ownership issue because members know that's not relevant. But I can't see what evidence there is to put before an inspector to support an appeal. And I think, furthermore, I think if an appeal is lodged, there's a strong likelihood of cost, because the expert consultees, Anglian Water and the Drainage Board, are not objecting. So it would be a matter, what expert evidence would the council have to say that there will be flooding issues? So there is a serious risk of costs.
Hang on a minute. Thank you for that. I'm going to bring Councillor French in. She's been waiting a while. Then I'm going to bring Councillor Marks in, then I shall make some comments.
Thank you, Chair. We deferred this last month for a reason. We wanted to sort out the flooding. It is not been sorted out. They've had over a month to sort this out, to find out who owns what. We know it's not a material consideration on land ownership, but if we approve this application, there needs to be a very, very strong condition in there when it comes to reserved matters. If they don't get this sorted out, they don't get the reserved matters. End of.
Comments received loud and clear. Councillor Marks.
Coming back to the comment David's made, and I heard it firsthand, as I'm sure Councillor French did on the day when we had the flooding meeting in Maney, and we had Anglian Water sitting there, and we said to Anglian Water, why do you keep saying yes to all these developments? And their comment is very simple. Off what? Tell us we have to. Whether we agree with it or whether we don't, we cannot tell you that. We are told we have to accept. And I think we're in a situation where they've had to say they will accept. And if it's a case of going to an appeal, then fine. You know, at the end of the day, are we getting scared off now regarding what it's going to cost, regarding going to appeal, or are we going to do the right thing by residents in Maney who will get flooded? Last time out, we had houses with water in them, you know, and I'm sorry, I sit in parish council meeting. The parish council were very adamant, flooding. It's not just me, it's the parish councillor who speak as well, who have given representation to this. Councillor French is right. We asked, can we please have more information? It hasn't been sorted. Equally, fine, middle level have said, yes, they'll take the water.
to be fair, the local IDB have said, yes, they'll take the water, but you've got to get the water there in the first place. And if you can't get the water there, then what happens? Are we going to have a site that starts getting built and then there's going to be panic measures to do it then? I'm sorry, I think this just needs to come back when there is a proper designed water strategy. And at the minute, I don't see that.
I'm going to finish this off now. Costs need to be taken into consideration. Of course they do. Money don't grow on trees. It's ratepayers' money, as we all know. But it does not have to be the be end all of everything. We have got a moral judgment to look after our residents as well as to build some houses, some dwellings. So I think members need to take that into consideration when they make their judgments. And I am happy to go along and have my vote when everybody else does. So that's me finished. But I don't think there's any more to debate, really. I think we've done it to death. And I'm going to close the debate. And I'm going to bring officers in now just for a sum up if they've got anything to say. And if not, I'm going to ask for a proposal. Right. So I'm going to look for a proposal now to go with officer recommendation to approve this application. Have I got someone who would like to propose that in the first instance? And there doesn't seem to be anybody, so that obviously fails. Can I say I'm looking for another proposal now? Councillor Marks. What?
Thank you. To go against officer's recommendation, I believe with first-hand knowledge, having seen, having heard the evidence we've had today, I don't believe that there is, the factor is that this is a flooding issue that hasn't been overcome. We've asked regarding that. To be fair, highways have come back. We're not now saying there's a highways issue. All we are saying is that we believe there is still going to be a flooding issue for this site.
Come in there again now. This doesn't have to go to appeal. This can be sorted out by a proper drainage strategy. It can come back here. It doesn't have to be waiting 9 months for an appeal, because that's what it takes. This could be sorted out in 2 or 3 months. Everybody be happy, as the case may be, or not as the case may be. In my opinion, going down an appeal for this 7 houses when something easily could be sorted, something could be easily worked out, would be absolutely bonkers. So I've got a proposal from Councillor Marks to go. Sorry.
Yeah, could I just add into that? And I wholeheartedly agree. The appeal route is a very expensive route that takes for all parties and a time delaying one. I think, I am the local councillor. I'm happy to work with both parties and not take part in any further voting thereafter. But I would happily bring all parties together and try and work with everybody to bring this to a conclusion that everybody agrees with. But, at the moment, I'm sorry, as I've put this forward, I would still go against officer's recommendation.
So I appeal to the applicant and the agent not to take this to appeal, because it can be sorted out in a third of the time, where the inspector will be taken near to Christmas to either agree or not agree with our decision. So I'm going to go back to the proposal now. I've got a proposal from Councillor Marks. Councillor French.
Yeah, can I ask a question, please? So if we refuse it, it's refused and it can go to appeal. So are you suggesting we do another deferment?
What I'm saying is, if that's your wish to refuse it, as you've indicated earlier, we will refuse it. And it's my strong feeling that I don't feel it would be in the applicant agent's, don't think it's in their interest to send it to appeal, because if a proper drainage strategy can be sorted out, it could come back to this committee in 2 months' time, possibly, and be sorted out, and everybody could get their way. Mr. Savage can be happy, the committee can be happy, Mr. Cliss can be happy, everybody can be happy. Where if it goes to appeal, it'll be Christmas time before we get a decision, and it's just a waste of time and everybody's money. So I'm not going to take any more questions now. We've got a proposal from Councillor Marks to go against officers' recommendation to refuse this on the very issues that Councillor Marks has raised. I'm happy with. Have we got a seconder on that? Councillor French. So Councillor French is going to second it. Can I have a show of hands on a refusal?
That's 4 votes, Chairman.
So, for what are you going? You're going to vote for a refusal as well, are you? Sorry. Good. So that's unanimous. That has been. No, he's voting against it.
Yes, it's against your.
Oh, you're voting. You're voting against the. Oh, so that's. Sorry, we got a bit. I thought yours was a late hand. Sorry, Councillor Mivenden. So that is 4-1. So that has been refused on a 4-1 basis. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to say now we're going to have a cup of tea, and hopefully we'll be back in 15 minutes. At the 10 minutes at the. It's up to you. You're the holder. Thank you, members. Without further ado, I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR24/0793F, agenda item number 12. So, David, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full planning application to erect 9 dwellings, the formation of 3 accesses and extension of existing footpath, land south east of Aberfield Well End Friday Bridge. So the application site is edged in red on the location plans and aerial photo. The site is 0.48 hectares of agricultural land, bounded to the northwest by a bungalow, Aberfield, and to the east by a 2-storey dwelling known as The Rest. Residential development stretches both east and west of the site and also opposite, as can be seen from these images. So the application seeks full planning permission for the erection of 9 dwellings, the formation of 3 accesses to serve these, and the extension of the existing footpath sort of along the site frontage. The proposed dwellings comprise 3 detached dwellings on the left side of the image, and then 3 pairs of semi-detached dwellings to the eastern side of the site, with an access point taken in the middle, which would then also provide access to the field to the rear. A proposed footpath is proposed to link to the existing footway to the northeast and southwest of the site. So an approximate street scene depiction is shown here. The access to the rear field is to be set between the kind of left-hand and right-hand clusters shown by the gap. Just to caveat, this image is not to scale, but gives a general reflection of how the development would appear. So the application site benefits from an extant outline permission for the erection of up to 6 dwellings and the formation of a new access granted in June 2023, and the indicative site layout plan for that is shown on screen. It can be seen that the proposed built form of the previous extant permission and that of the current scheme are not completely dissimilar. And while it's accepted that the current application seeks permission for the erection of 9 dwellings, there are no material planning considerations that justify refusal of the scheme with respect to overdevelopment. The proposed 9 dwelling scheme represents minimal issues in terms of visual amenity and is acceptable in design, residential amenity, highway safety, flood risk and ecology terms, subject to appropriate conditions. So just moving on to some photos of the site. So number 1 is looking northwest along Well End. Aberfield is the bungalow, which you can see gable end on in that image. Photo 2 is looking north across the site to the fields beyond. Number 3 is looking east across the site. Number 4 is the existing dwellings on the opposite side of Well End facing east, and then the existing dwellings on the opposite side of Well End facing west. So I think it gives a context that there's quite a bit of development in the vicinity, and as such the development of this site would not appear significantly out of character as a result. So to summarise, the principle of development is considered acceptable and has previously been established through a grant of permission on site. There are no outstanding technical matters, and it is considered that the scheme submitted is acceptable in terms of design and appearance and amenity. As such, the officer recommendation is to grant the application as set out within the officer report. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you, David. We have 1 speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Matthew Hall, who's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Third time lucky, hopefully. Mr. Rowan summed up this application up very well, and a lot of what I was going to say, Mr. Rowan has said. The proposal of this site has been developed following various discussions with the client and various other schemes prior to submitting this application. There's a mixture of properties here, semi-detached 3 beds, detached 4 beds. They're not all the same. They're not all boxes in a line or anything like that. So along the site frontage, we've got a footpath along the front which will be adopted, and also where it goes into the access to the field at the back, which is separate ownership. This site already has outline approval, as Mr. Rowan has said, which was supported by members in June 2023, and this proposal is a detailed layout that follows that, and there's no technical objections here. The archaeological excavation has already been carried out over the site. Cambridgeshire County Council have visited the site in that regard. We've done on-site percolation testing that proves that soakways work at this site, and all the site is in flood zone 1. There's been a lot of discussions during the application with highways here, and I've looked at some of what the objectors have come up with, what they've said, sorry. We've brought land registry documents, we've brought a highways boundary plan, we've had the site professionally measured, had a good service from highways, they've come back to us, and where we've shown the extent of that footpath, that can be provided. The proposal allows additional dwellings in Friday Bridge to help support local amenities. The officer's report sums up the application well. Parish Council have been consulted twice on the application and they have supported it both times. Officer recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Nice, well, short and sweet. Mr Hall, questions, members, questions to Mr Hall? No, I've just got one. What about the street lamps? Is there any there? I just can't see any, or there's nothing.
During the application, and the officers will have to correct me if I'm wrong, we had discussions with the highways on the footpath, the radius curbs, the accesses. I don't believe it was asked for about street lighting, but officers would have to correct me if I'm wrong. It's an adoptable footpath, but yes, we have to provide it. Okay.
I don't see anybody else at all. Thank you very much for that. Members, questions to officers, and the same one for me to an officer regarding the street lamps.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Ultimately, if the footpath is to be adopted, then it will need to be to the standard that the County Council want it to be to. And if that includes the need for street lights, then that'll be part of the adoption.
Any more questions to officers? No? Okay. Thank you very much for that. So, I'm now looking for everybody to debate the item in respect of material considerations relevant to the application. You know what to do. Put your hands up if you want to kick it off. Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a good application and I will fully support it.
That's good. Anybody else at all want to join this application? I'm just going to reiterate what Councillor French says. Anybody else at all? No? 3, 2, 1, 0. Debate's closed. What? Any more for you? Nothing? So I'm looking for a proposer on this application, please. Councillor French, what's your proposal?
Go with officers' recommendations.
So without further ado, very quickly we'll hand over to David to present application FYR 25/0036. It's a PIP application, agenda item number 13. So David, away you go.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So this is a PIP application to erect up to 9 self-built dwellings, land south of Poppyfields, Wimbledon Road, Mayney. Draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated. In addition, a further letter of objection has been received from a former owner of the property, raising issues concerning the impacts of the development on the character of the area, infrastructure, flooding and highway safety, and it's considered that all of these matters are sort of addressed within the committee report. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits in the open countryside outside the settlement of Mayney, which is visible to the east on both the images. The site is located away from Wimbledon Road and would be accessed by a roadway sort of running from this. The site is within flood zone 3. The existing site plan is shown. There's a public right of way which runs down the eastern boundary of the site, which is just about visible on the drawing, and then sort of kinks back to the left, or the right, as we're viewing it. The green areas shown on the plan are the sort of existing access and hard standing area which are referenced in the report. While there's no requirement to provide any further details with the PIP application, an indicative proposed layout plan has also been submitted. As you can see, it arranges the 9 dwellings as shown. So moving on to photos of the site. So the upper left is a view of Wimbledon Road looking east towards the Station Road junction. The upper right is a view west along Wimbledon Road towards the existing access to the site on the sort of left corner. The lower left is the existing access to the site with the public right of way just to sort of the left of the fence. And then the lower right is the existing gravel access leading into the application site, so sort of off the spur off the internal access arrangement, shall we call it. Further photos, upper left is the view of the site from the southeast corner looking to the northwest. The upper right is a view of the site from the public footpath to the east. Lower left is a view from the southeast corner of the site looking east towards the existing dwellings on Station Road over in the village. And then lower right is the view from the southeast corner of the site looking southeast again towards the main settlement of Mainey. I think really demonstrating the open rural character of the site and its detachment from the settlement. So to summarise, as members will be aware, the only issues for consideration are location, use and amount. The location of the site for residential purposes is considered to be divorced from the settlement of Mainey, unsustainably located within the open countryside, with an inherent detrimental impact upon the character and appearance of this. The site is within flood zone 3 and the application is not accompanied by a sequential test. Additionally, no information is submitted in respect of the required habitats regulation assessment or with regards to the potential development of a site in an area of deep peat and the consequent carbon release arising from this. Consequently, the application is recommended for refusal as set out within the officer report. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thanks, David. We've got one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Daniel Samuel. He's the applicant to make his presentation to the committee. Obviously, get nicely seated and you've got 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you very much for having me today. My proposal for up to 9 self-built dwellings addresses strong demand and a lack of supply, offering opportunities to build dream homes. These plots may attract higher earners and executives, boosting investment, creating jobs, supporting Mainey railway station, local SME builders, tradespeople, and local building material suppliers. As the committee has previously supported self-built developments, I hope the committee will back my application. The officer's refusal cited 5 reasons. Reason 1, it is claimed that the development is situated outside the settlement of Mainey and within open countryside. However, this assertion is incorrect. From the junction with Station Road, located on the southern side of Wimbledon Road, there is an agricultural building with permission granted for conversion to housing, a skip hire yard, a commercial fishing lake with caravan, motorhome and camping facilities, the dwelling at the proposed site, an agricultural warehouse, a motorsports engineering workshop, a dog kennel operation, and a further dwelling. Across from the site entrance are 3 dwellings and a sizable commercial establishment. Accordingly, the site is not isolated or undeveloped countryside. See Braintree District Council, the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government. Reason 2, the location is not ideal for walking and cycling due to the road speed limit and absence of pavements and street lighting. However, these same conditions apply to the developments mentioned above, and my application should be evaluated on the same basis. Reason 3, the property lies in a flood zone 3. However, a site-specific flood risk assessment, including surface water drainage strategy that I have just received, indicates that only 50% of the site is at medium flood risk. In the event of a flood from a combined breach of defenses, water depth would reach just 25 centimeters without fast-flowing currents, posing a low hazard. The likelihood of such a breach is minimal. Most of these dwellings can avoid flood risk zones, and those within such areas can be safely elevated to mitigate loss. Members highly value the internal drainage board's management of flood defenses and water systems, leading to committee approval of developments in flood risk areas, particularly large and self-built homes. A recent example was the approval of a self-built home at Honeybank, Second Grove, Chatteris, contrary to officer recommendation. My proposal should be addressed on the same basis. Reason 4, loss of habitat for overwintering birds. The site lies approximately 2.3 kilometers from the Ouse Washes protected area, which encompasses over 1,600 hectares, equivalent to 2,286 football pitches within that radius from just one point. Given the vast area surrounding the Ouse Washes, it is highly unlikely that the small size of the site would significantly impact bird habitat. Reason 5, loss and degradation of peat soils. Site excavations would be limited to foundations, drainage, and utility infrastructure, with the soil redistributed on site, causing no significant loss or degradation. The proposal could offer improvements, as agricultural use would leave peat more exposed and vulnerable to wind erosion, a documented issue in Cambridgeshire Fens. Conclusion, the proposed development will bring much needed self-built plots to the village of Maney, and these will help sustain the village facilities, SME builders, and local tradespeople. Summary, the site is not in an isolated countryside. The site is no less accessible than the other approved developments along Wimbledon Road. A substantial part of the site is free from the flood risk, while the rest allows for safe development. The loss of habitat will be minimal in relation to the area that will remain available for the bird population. There will be negligible loss or degradation of peat soils. I respectfully seek the committee's support in granting approval for my application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions to Mr. Samuel? Councillor Marks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Samuel. Okay, can I start with, you're saying regarding other residents along there. From memory, I've lived in Maney now 18 years, from Wimbledon Road T-junction, right the way along, and along the straight, there has been one new development a lot further, about 2 miles out of the village, along that stretch. There has been no other development for at least 18 years. You seem to sort of be saying that this would fit in quite nicely. There has been no development there. Why do you think this is a sustainable place to put when it's outside the village?
I would say I disagree. I think there was a planning application for Rutland Manor in 2021, and that was for to convert an extension. And then obviously we've got the development at Rutland Farm going through at the moment, yeah, for commercial use. And all the other developments have taken place, obviously, within a certain period. But there have been these developments in the area for some time.
I'm sorry, I would have to disagree. Apart from the 2 letting properties, yeah, which have one. Sorry. Apart from Gant Farm, where they have converted a barn, the Wimbledon Road, end of Wimbledon Road, there is an application to be done for the 2, which came to committee, I don't know, 6 months ago on the T-junction. But that stretch of road, there is nothing else being built along there, to my knowledge, for the last 18 years. And that then brings me to my next subject, which is footpaths. On your slide, you say this is a footpath. The footpath, I believe, and I was with the footpath officer the other day, goes that direction down the side, which is probably for 3 months of the year unnavigable because it's mud. But there is nothing from that development, or your property, into the village. But you say there's a footpath. Well, there isn't. There's a dike that's been filled in past the skip company, but that's not a footpath, and that is a 60-mile-an-hour road.
Thank you for your question. The footpath adjacent to the property is obviously a footpath for cyclists and people walking to the town centre, okay? And it's the same footpath that exists along Wimbledon Road. There's no difference between that footpath. If you go, there were some further questions, further. Yeah, further up. This footpath here on the left-hand side is equivalent to the same footpath, isn't it?
I'm terribly sorry to tell you, that's not a footpath. I'm terribly sorry to tell you, that is not a footpath. People may walk on it, that is a verge, and that's a county council verge. That is not in any shape or form a footpath, and that has only been there probably 4 or 5 years at the tops. So that is not a footpath. Following on from that, you're on a 60 mile an hour road, miles an hour road, which has had a number of accidents along there as well.
Obviously, and the road is of not good repair.
To be fair, that bit is actually good repair.
Well,
the road a bit further around.
Well, I would disagree. That particular stretch of the road is actually in very good repair and has seen no accidents. You would have noted that the response received from the Department of Transport had clearly shown there's not been a single accident in the last decade. Yeah.
Sorry.
In the last decade. Similarly, the highways responded to one of the neighbours confirming that their records also show that there hasn't been a single accident on that stretch in the last 5 years.
Okay. So with local knowledge, would you disagree that a post office van went through the fence into that property approximately 4 years ago? A skip lorry, just coming around the corner, went into the dike. Another lorry went into the other side on the left-hand side. And probably the bigger one is my next door neighbour over the fence actually was in hospital for up to 2 months when their car went into the dike not a quarter of a mile away from there. That is an accident. I'm not saying black spot, but there has been numerous accidents along there, plus the lorry that pulled out and went straight in the dike and closed the road as well. But so where your property is, there have been a number of accidents along that stretch of road. There is no path for pedestrians. You're looking to put 9 houses or a number of houses on that property. And then obviously, I guess with self-build and reading the letters that of support, it would look like they are families and stuff. Do you not feel that you're putting families at risk with no proper footpath, no lighting?
No, I disagree with that because obviously highways have looked at the development. They've got no problem with that. If there was a problem, the neighbours would have been here. We've had all these neighbours reiterating exactly your comment, yeah? And really, in reality, there's not a single person here.
May I come back to you? I think your neighbours know that I'm fairly vocal as the local councillor who knows the area, knows the property, and knows and sat in the parish council meeting, which by the looks of what you've said about the parish council meeting, about the parish council, they obviously don't know as well. They are elected officials who have been in the village for a number of years. Not being rude, you've been in the village less than a year, and you are trying to come to us and teach us how to suck straw, which I find very offensive for not only myself, but my village. But the application you're putting in, and my question is, how can you say that this is a good application regarding 9 self-builds which have family and these issues?
Please feel free to answer.
Well, I disagree. I totally disagree. I mean, at the end of the day, I would not contemplate putting an application or, envisaging submitting, building properties if it wasn't safe. Priority, obviously, the safety of people is the most important priority for me. I mean, we have here developments all along my area. It's clearly not in the open countryside. There's clearly properties to the left, right.
Okay, so moving away from that, moving away from that, my next question is regarding flooding. Flooding, right? Yeah, it is in flood zone 3. The issues that you've got with that flooding, I'm on the Manion Welney Drainage Board, where this would feed into. I can tell you at the bottom of Wimbledon Road, or the T-junction at Wimbledon Road, there's a culvert. And that backs up, as the IDB's engineer has said, and they are unhappy to take this water. So again, how are you going to get rid of this water that's coming off your site should this application go ahead?
Thank you for that question. I've commissioned a report, a flood risk assessment with surface water drainage strategy. Okay, that lists the development as totally safe. Yeah, there is nothing wrong with the application, nothing wrong with the flooding in that particular location, and half of the plots on site have no risk whatsoever. With the other half having, a flood risk element, which again, it would enable the properties that are on flood risk to be on an elevated grounds. But half of the properties are not on flood risk.
Thank you.
Councillor French, I'll give you a little rest. I'll even fetch you a cup of tea. I'll let Councillor French come in.
Thank you. Yes, I have a couple of points. First off, I'll respond to you with regard to County Council and accidents. I actually am a county councillor and I sit on the Highways and Transport Committee, and they only record, sadly, fatalities. There have been, as Councillor Mark said, there have been various accidents down there. Many times these roads have been closed. So County Council will only give you the stats on fatalities. So that's the first point I'd like to make. I've sat here for many, many years, and certainly that is backland development. It's in the open countryside. But the question I want to ask you, at the top of the road, there's a public right-of-way. Have you put a gate across to stop the public going down there? There is a public right-of-way at the top of the road which goes into that site. Have you gated it off so the public can't use it? There is, if you go back on the sign is quite clearly there. There is a public right-of-way. And that's not, the public right-of-way is down there. There's a sign. That is not... No, it's down that road where it's public right-of-way. Well, it should do, because it's a public right-of-way.
Sorry, can I come back on that? To be fair, Councillor French, there is a meter, because I was with Mark Peck, I can't remember what his title is, but to the left of that, there is a meter left down the side of that fence to the dike. It should be a meter. It is a little less, but that was the previous tenant or the previous owners that put that fence up, and there was a dispute because it was where the measurement was taken from either the centre of the dike or to the fence or the meter left. So there is a walkway to the left of those, and there is no gate. I don't believe there's a gate there. It's a public right of way. It is a maintained public right of way.
So, Councillor French, carry on.
Yeah, so it is in the open countryside. What is actually being farmed there at this time, if anything?
It is not used for farming. The place is only used for residential purpose.
I think I would question that. It is certainly open countryside, and it used to be farmed. It looks to me as if it's got something on there, unless it's just grass and you're cutting the grass.
Okay, Councillor French, you're finished, obviously. Can't do any more, can you? You can have another bite of the cherry, Councillor Marks.
Sorry, just one last question. I noticed also, and I had a quick look through, and I couldn't see, you've actually put some garages up as well. There's some garages gone to the left-hand side as you stand looking at it. Have you had planning for those? No, sorry. No, the garages that are there now with the brown fronts were put in after you moved in. They were not in this place where they are now, and they weren't because we actually looked at the property previously, because I know the three previous owners, and those have been put in since you've moved into that property.
I don't agree.
perhaps officers can look into that at a later date then, just to make sure whether Councillor Marks is right or Mr Samuel's right. So maybe that's one for another day. But thank you for bringing it to our attention, Councillor Marks. And if there's nothing to worry about, there's nothing to worry about. And if there is, maybe we should look at that, take a bit of action on that. Any more questions for Mr Samuel before we let him go? No, thank you very much. You can.
Question to officers. Is there anything special about this application that makes it exempt from nearly every planning policy that we have? Because what I've just heard is the biggest load of nonsense that I have ever sat through and listened to in a planning meeting in all my time as a councillor. It contradicts nearly everything. Open countryside, footpath that's a bit of grass. I mean, is this special, or is it just that we've got a really poor application in front of us?
Fortunately, I was going to say that in the debate, really. I just couldn't. That's not very nice of you, but
Through you, Chairman, the officer consideration of the application is set out within the report.
Thank you.
Very diplomatic.
I'd like to say thank you for the guidance. I feel guided by that one.
So we get back some semblance of normality, I suppose. And so, Councillor Clough, Senator Clough, can you...
Thank you, Chair. I realise that this is a PIP application, but I'm just wondering, because I'm still fairly new to the Planning Committee, with regard to the self-builds, there seems to be a lack of control. Would that be my understanding over, you know, if this were approved eventually, what would the controls be with regard to the self-builds?
Through you, Chairman, basically with the PIP application, if it was to be granted, it can't be subject to any planning conditions or planning obligation, so it wouldn't be possible to actually secure the delivery of self-build sort of through the PIP. If the PIP was to be approved, I think the only sort of mechanism that you would potentially have is if weight is given to that in the determination of the application, then there would potentially be an expectation that the further technical details consent might come forward as a self-build, and that could be tied. But I think ultimately it's a case of just looking at, is this an acceptable location for housing, yes or no, essentially.
Right. Any more questions to officers? I think perhaps we've done this to death, haven't we? Okay, so now I'm going to ask members to debate the application in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to this application. If you'd like to speak, and I'm sure there will be, raise your hand. Councillor Benny. Yeah, don't steal all the thunder.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. I don't know what else you're going to say, but truthfully, the best control of this is to take the officer's recommendation and refuse it. It is totally out of policy. For what we just heard from the Speaker, it's unbelievable what we just heard. It is in the open countryside. Officers have got this one absolutely right. I don't think I've ever seen an application in all my time here so off policy as this one is. So I think the best control would be that we just vote this and refuse this application.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up in a nutshell. I don't think too many people, I'm going to give somebody an opportunity, Councillor French, but I don't think there's too much else to say really, but carry on.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Benny has stated because I feel exactly the same thing. But I will point out, we don't have a proper policy for self-builds. It's time we do. They're absolute nightmares, these self-built. As the head of planning knows, I've got one next door to my site, and it's still a nightmare and still not been resolved.
Right, Councillor Marks.
Again, I'm not going to go over old ground. I think this is a very lousy application, as did the parish council. What I would say is, though, it's very interesting, having seen the letters of support. There is a number of letters of support, but they are from a great distance away.
not so many from our local village. However, there's a number of objections from the local village, and actually well done to officers. I think it's a comprehensive report, and I think they have actually got this spot on this time, and I hope if this comes back in front of us again, you know, should the application be put in again, a lot of thought is put in before it comes in.
Okay, so I think I've got a steer on where this is going. I'm going to close the debate now. Officers, have you got anything to say? No, so I'm looking for a proposer on this application or a proposal on this application.
To go with officer's recommendation. Oh, 110%.
Have we got a seconder on that? Councillor French, yeah, I'm getting bound up in my own thoughts, aren't I? Okay, so we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation, refuse it. Councillor Marks has proposed it, seconded by Councillor French. Remember the name this time. Can I have a hands on this one?
It's a unanimous decision,
That
Chairman.
application has been refused. Thank you. Without further ado, I'll now hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR250046F, agenda item number 14. David, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full application to erect one self-built custom-built dwelling, including formation of a new access, land north of Four Winds, Sandbank, Wisbech, St Mary. The site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. Forms part of an agricultural field at the edge of Wisbech, St Mary, with a new build dwelling to the south east of the site, which unfortunately just isn't shown on the location plan. You can probably just make out the start of the works in the aerial photo. The site is within flood zone 3. Some members may recall this site or a larger site, so the application site forms part of a wider site which was refused permission and dismissed at appeal in 2023, which was for 4 dwellings sort of in the whole gap running along that side of the road. So the application proposes a single dwelling as shown with the sort of dark block in the sort of middle of the site, accessed via a new driveway and a new access point onto Sandbanks. The front elevation of the proposed dwelling is shown here in street scene form. The ridge height would be approximately 600 millimetres higher than that new build dwelling to the side. And then further elevation details are shown here. And for completeness, we've got the floor plans and the roof plan. Section 2 of the site is shown here, illustrating how the site sits below road level. So the road is at the left-hand side, and also how land levels within the site would need to be altered to ensure finished floor levels are raised to address flood risk. And then we've got photos of the site as shown here. So number 1 is a view looking north, with the application site on the right-hand side, across to the right side of Sandbank. Number 2 is effectively the reverse view, looking south. 3 is a view sort of looking across Sandbank to the application site, and then number 4 is a more detailed view looking north, sort of effectively across the frontage of the site. So to summarise, the site has been considered for development previously as part of a wider site, with the conclusion by both the council and the planning inspector that development would be to the detriment of the character and appearance of the area. While the site and development proposed is smaller, it's approximately half that original site, it would be inconsistent to conclude that the character impact would now be acceptable, as the development would still result in a linear extension of the built form into the open countryside and the erosion of the visual gap. Additionally, as the site is within flood zone 3, the sequential test would need to be passed, and it is considered that the submitted information indicates that there are actually 2 sequentially preferable sites available within Wisbech St Mary. Consequently, the sequential test fails. The recommendation is therefore to refuse permission as set out within the officer report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application, and I'd like to invite Peter Humphreys. Of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Of course, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application is for a single dwelling which abuts the developed footprint as per policy LP 12A, where it states any extensions to a village should abut the built form. Whisby St Mary is a growth village which has all facilities that you would expect from such a village. Interestingly, over the years, there have been 3 approvals for some 36 caravans beyond this site out of the village, which shows this alone that it's acceptable in this area for development. Whilst the site is in a flood zone 3, it's similar, identical in fact, to the adjacent recently approved dwelling currently under construction. The sequential test shows there are no plots available. I have spoken with, 3 were identified, I've spoken with all 3 and none of them are available. The client, Mr. Curtis Woods, is living in a caravan in the village while waiting to find himself a self-built plot. He lives with his partner and daughter, who's booked in at the local school. He works for his family engineering business, Tam Engineering. Tam, on Leverington Common, have their site approximately 1 mile away from this plot. Tam are often on call 24 hours a day, sometimes to Fenland District Council, sometimes to North Level Drainage Board, Barhale and McCain. Hence, the closer he can get to his business, the easier it will be to make his life better. There is no house nor room to build one on his work site. I would also like to remind members that housing has been approved on 4 different roads into the village. Station Road, High Road, adjacent to the Vicarage, Beavers Lane and Sandbank have all seen growth along the existing built form. Hence, Sandbank would be no different. Mr. Woods is desperate to do a self-build house for himself and family. Hence, this site would deliver a self-build, custom-build plot. This policy should be supported as per your own policy LP5 Part C. There have been 12 letters of support, none against. North Level Drainage Boards have no objection, Highway have no objection, EA have no objection, Environmental Health have no objection, and the Parish Council fully supported this application. I would therefore respectfully request that members support Mr. Woods in his venture to do a self-build house for his family so he can be close to his business. Thank you for your time and understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. For that, members, questions to Mr. Humphreys? No? Oh, yes. Councillor Miffordin, just right.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Humphreys, I know Tam Engineering. I've used them to do work on my property. Just wanted to know, does Mr. Woods own Tam Engineering? Because you did say there is no way to build a residence or... Thank you. I do agree. Like I said, I've been there. I know it's quite well used a site. I was just wanted to clarify whether he was the owner or it was his son. Thank you for answering that.
Okay. Anyone else at all? No. No. Thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers, if you've got any. Okay. Don't see any. No one? No. Okay. So that now, thank you. I'll ask members to debate the item with respect to the material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand. So we're in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants to kick this off? Councillor Senate Clough, thank you.
I know this area quite well, and my opening statement is actually feel that if this self-build is done to the design, to the specs that we've seen, it will actually improve the street scene along there.
Okay. Anybody else want to continue the debate? No? Okay. Okay, right, debate's closed. Officers, have you got anything to say? Please.
A bit difficult given lack of debate really to come in and clarify any issues. However, I would remind members that there has been an appeal decision on this site in the last few years, essentially concluding that while the site is adjoining, apologies, it's been a long afternoon, hasn't it, adjoining the built form of the settlement as LP12, there are other parts of LP12 that also still require the development to not detrimentally impact the character of the area, etc., etc. The council's taken the view that the development of this site would do that previously, and that's been verified by a planning inspector. So if members were minded to grant this application, there would need to be an explanation as to what has changed since the inspector came to those conclusions. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. So, any more questions to officers? No? Okay, that's fine. So, I'm looking for someone to go with, a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. So, have I got a proposer before I ask for a seconder? No one's, I can't see any hands up, so obviously that's failed. So I'm looking for another proposal, please. Or time is moving on, members. Who is going to make another proposal?
I would think, since we didn't really debate this one particularly well.
I don't think we debated it particularly well. We debated what we needed to debate, and there wasn't many people wanting to enter into the debate.
No, but if we're going to go, we would have to have reasons to go against the, to approve it. And personally, I cannot see anything that would overturn that. Truly, I don't think we've got any choice, Mr. Chairman, because I can't think of any reasons that there's material changes to this, to the previous, where we had the inspector's report on it.
Okay, so I'm taking it then, you're going to propose a forward to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. Have I got a seconder on this? We need a seconder. Okay. Councillor Marks is seconding it. So we all know what it's for. So we've got so we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application by Councillor Benny. He's going to propose it, seconded by Councillor. Can I have a show of hands on that one, please?
It's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
That application has been refused, and members, we have got this confidential item that we will discuss in about 5 minutes' time. So please feel free to keep your seats so we can move on rather quickly.